Good morning, afternoon, and night, depending on who is listening and where. From different areas of the world. Please be welcome to this third colloquium for an open reconstruction. World Open Reconstruction. Regeneration for peace. Through this platform, Zoom, and the different social media of Info Mexico City and Open State of Mexico City. Please remember that you can interact with us through messages in the chat of Zoom or leave your comments through the same social media we mentioned previously. We are very happy to listen, read, and dialogue with every one of you. During the event, we'll be accompanying you in the connection of the same event. Soledad Rodrigo, member of the Open State team, and me, your servant, Aldo Trapero, director of Open State. Now we shall see the next video where briefly we will let you know what we're trying to accomplish with these colloquiums.
En colectivo reflexionamos, proponemos e innovamos soluciones para
public solutions for the management of risks such as earthquakes, war, floods, health emergencies, or environmental emergencies, regeneration, and recuperation common to generate confidence, resilience, and sustainability, so we can build positive peace. In our annual forums, Info CMS, throughout the Open State, open the discussion with permanent dialogue and plural voices. In 2019, the first colloquium of the Open Reconstruction and Mexico City, we identified the a minimum amount of information regarding risks, just like the earthquakes of 2017, 2020, and the second colloquium for an open reconstruction international. The governments weren't ready to overcome COVID-19. The openness and the information empowered people and the communities.
En 2021,
in 2021,
por una reconstrucción
for a global
regeneración para la paz, pasamos de la reconstrucción a la
reconstruction to regeneration, which implies an open world
de conocimiento
with a knowledgeable ecosystem and commonwealth. Thank you very much for the projection of the video. And before we go to the next intervention, we would like to welcome and thank that you're all here with us and see who is with us, such as commissioners from the National System of Transparency, such as the different members of the Transparency team, and the people who are with us in the Presidium today, Commissioner Kalilia Ibarra, Commissioner President of the National Institute of Transparency, Enrique Guevara Ortiz, Engineer and Director of Senapred, Yamneli Maldonado, Mexico City Reconstruction Commissioner. Thank you for being with us. Claudia Guzman, President of the Institute for Democratic Development and Competitiveness. And Nacheli Luis, Social Environmental Risk Coordinator of the UNAM. And now we shall hear from the Commissioner President, Maria del Carmen Nava-Polina. Citizen Commissioner of the Institute of Transparency, Access to Public Information and Accountability of Mexico City. Please, Commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for being here with us. It is the third colloquium for Global Open Reconstruction. Welcome everyone from everywhere you are. And thank you very much, of course, to all my colleagues, all the commissioners of the National Transparency System. I'm really thankful for our president being here, Kalilia. And of course, I would like to thank my colleagues in InfoCDMX. I'm very honored to be with them, and above all, to have this confidence in coordinating this agenda from Mexico City. Thank you very much for that, Laura, Rodrigo, Marina, my dear Commissioner, Julio Cesar Bonilla, and my whole team of Open State. Thank you very much. Thank you for Reconstruction, the managing, the design of this third colloquium for an open reconstruction. I think that it's really fair and very important to highlight that we go in these memoirs that we have an open reconstruction and having the elements in very exact actions to build, to add for regeneration for peace. Now, how is that we went from reconstruction to regeneration? Because we had the need to turn and see this common good that in an open institution is collective intelligence, and this can allow us to regenerate. When we see the reality that we are facing, and it can be post-pandemic, it could be the earthquake, it could be a hurricane, it could be war, or it could be these environmental codes that we have in the planet. And in this matter, from InfoCDMX, it's very important to have these elements, these reflection elements, and our axis for this third colloquium for an open reconstruction is trying to put in three different panels. In the previous one, like how are we getting ready for this risk situation during reaction when we have this risk and we are inside this risk, and how can we regenerate in a third stage once we overcome this risk stage. We are not strangers to hurricanes, floods, and field emergencies, and we are all exposed to this, and we are certain, and in the case of Mexico City and in Mexico, that we are in an area of earthquakes. And with this, and 4 years from this 19S and 36 years ago, that was the first big earthquake. Part of this action that we are taking care of in this third colloquium is to say what we have. How much information we have, like the transparency that we have, how much openness we need. And if we have this openness and this transparency, how can we take advantage of this? And of course, how can we spread this in different subjects, in different public institutions, private initiative, and in this collective learning that we all have. In such way that I'm very happy to be here with you all, and especially because we got to this third colloquium for an open reconstruction at least four elements, work elements that we have. On one side, how we already have this open and transparency protocol, and we are already taking care of it and making the design that we are going to have a workshop with Senapred on this on how to land this openness and transparency facing the risk on a national level, and this is very important, and this is our first goal, this is our first achievement that we got with this third colloquium. A second one of information and that adds to this reflection is a special report, so we can have the certainty on what was asked in the reconstruction in the last year, starting from the 19S. What are the gaps in this information, classified information, in such a way that we can have the facts and monitoring previously, we can have this special report that we are also going to release, and it's online starting from today, 20 of September. And we also got to this third colloquium for an open reconstruction with specialized research in transparency and risk, with especially very valuable people, and that shortly we will be presenting them in the next days. In such a way that we deeply thank all of these reflections, and we are without any doubt that the SDGs 2030 have a very special goal, and their goals are specific, and in a concrete case of guarantors in the country, it's very important to remember that we are here to give information, to give access to information, to have a simple language, and to make these kind of special reports so we can respond to the needs, to these constant needs of people in their right to know. And without any doubt, this is an element, and this is the key to a human right that can strengthen the right for people in different communities, and especially to build and to add to positive peace. Thank you very much. Thank you for your reflections. I mean, we have incredible panels, so please keep in touch with this, and thank you again, and of course, thank you for the one heading this reconstruction in Mexico City, in San Alfredo, to our allies from a private initiative, Claudia Guzman. I mean everyone that is a colloquium for an open reconstruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava. Welcome everyone who is here with us from different countries, Chile, Colombia. Just as different public institutions and organizations that are interested in these subjects. Now, it is my honor to present the Commissioner of the Institute of Transparency, Access to Public Information and Accountability of Mexico City, Blanca Lilia Ibarra Cadena. Thank you, Soledad.
Thank you very much, Soledad. And it's a pleasure to greet you from the National Institute of Transparency on behalf of all the ones that are part of this institute, to the ones that are following virtually through this new technology, the beginning of this third colloquium for a world open reconstruction. I mean, I'm very pleased. I'm really pleased to be here with you all. With the Infos VMX that has been always in the national agenda, and especially in these big topics of the capital agenda of this country that is Mexico. Especially I recognize Maria Carmen Nava Molina, coordinator of the Open Government and Proactive Transparency, and to take care of all of these topics that we care about. I mean, we live here in Mexico, and we had an earthquake of a big magnitude, and I mean, what comes with this is not only the nervous crisis, anxiety crisis, but what comes to affect in the quality of the buildings, of the housing, and of where we are moving in these different federal entities. We are in a country of big risk, and it's good that today we can talk in an open way and in a transparent way, as we are going to do in this colloquium. I also agree with Julio César Bonilla, my dear Commissioner Marina San Martín Rebolloso, and Laura Lizeth Enrique Rodriguez. I see also the Citizen Commissioner Aristides Rodrigo, and all your work. Thank you very much for letting me be here in this colloquium with you. Now, I also greet all the personalities that will be commenting here: Enrique Guevara Ortiz, Risk Prevention Institute, and also the rest of the commissioners that are here with us today. As Maria Carmen Nava already said, it's very important that today we can enrich this debate, the analysis, and that we can go deep in this risk agenda of collaborating, that is that it's transparent and proactive. Among the most important actions that were confident to us in the transparency law are the ones related to the creation and promotion of a transparency and open government culture between the citizens and also the public institutions. And it's good that people from other countries are here with us. And one of the things that we've been focused on through different politics boosted by the INAI and also the other organisms that are part of the transparency system is to disseminate and socialize in the population how they have the right to know. I mean, we've said it enough times, knowledge saves lives, information saves lives. And most in different crisis circumstances when we face these natural disasters like the ones that we live in all the countries. And with the last, just for people to know that the right to know can be, you can take advantage of it to have these collaborating solutions to common problems, like to improve the living conditions in different communities. I mean, we're going to have this right exercise. And these kind of events are a clear example of the activities that we may boost to reach this goal. And just to say some, the first colloquium for an open reconstruction in Mexico City that was done to analyze the role of the open institution in the response of the earthquakes in 2017, and also to disseminate the exercise of access to information can give information holder allowed to detect the need to have information purpose before and after the emergency. In the second colloquium, we focus on having citizen action in the design of public solutions for Mexico City to make so Mexico City is ready to face all of these disasters, such as earthquakes and health emergencies. And we have the advances of this protocol in openness and transparency, facing emergencies, following the Decalogue in corruption with COVID-19. And just as the first report findings and results, and adopt a commitment in this. And in this third colloquium, the exposure and exchange of ideas between the people that are going to be talking in the three panels, I'm sure that they will allow to have the relevant opinions about the importance of access to information to contribute in the risk prevention and also to achieve a more effective interaction between the citizen and the activities, the public institutions in general, and we must recognize that if we put in the center of our decisions the society, your proposals, your technical capacities, and all the work that you do from your different parts, not only we will have virtuous circles that can build public policies, but we will also take a step forward on building these new relationships of collaboration. And with all of this, I congratulate all of you, our hosts, for all the job that is to create an event where we can listen to different reflections of national and international speakers about topics that are from our general interest. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kalilia, for all you have just told us and talked to us about, and for being present in this day in the inauguration of this great event. Before we go with our next panelist, I would like to welcome and thank the presence of the Commissioner Edith Yolanda Jerónimo from the Institute of Transparency of Tabasco, Commissioner Guadalupe Ramirez of the InfoM, or the Institute of Mexican State, Mirna Montada of the Institute of Transparency of Hidalgo. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Now I will please ask, you can please help us with the participation of the General Director of the National Disaster Center, Enrique Guevara Ortiz, who will now virtually share with us this message.
Buenos días. Soy Enrique Guevara, director general del Senado Nacional. Quiero comenzar este mensaje agradeciendo al Instituto de Transparencia, acceso a la información y protección de datos personales y rendición de cuentas de la Ciudad de México por la invitación que han hecho al Senapred para este tercer coloquio por una reconstrucción abierta, mundial, regeneración para la paz. Consideramos que ejercicios de este tipo, que son capaces de convocar a diferentes esferas de la sociedad con un enfoque transversal, son sumamente importantes en el camino hacia la gestión integral del riesgo de desastre. La participación de este centro como co-creador en el protocolo de apertura y transparencia ante el riesgo, prevención, reacción y recuperación se explica sobre todo por la naturaleza misma del proyecto. El objetivo, que consideramos cumplido, fue el de producir una herramienta que coadyuve a la construcción de la resiliencia nacional. Y qué mejor forma de aportar que mediante el impulso a la protección de uno de los derechos humanos fundamentales, el derecho al acceso a la información. Este, en sí mismo, es invaluable. Mientras más apertura exista, seremos capaces de tomar mejores decisiones de una manera certera, oportuna y eficaz. La transparencia es un instrumento fundamental de la gobernabilidad. Le brinda a la sociedad un piso mínimo de certeza en la reducción de riesgos de desastres y ante el impacto de algún fenómeno perturbador. Es verdad que el Estado es el principal responsable de prevenir y reducir riesgos, pero esto solo es posible con una coordinación efectiva de las múltiples partes interesadas y la participación responsable de la sociedad informada y comprometida. En la sociedad actual, con el cambio de paradigma hacia un nuevo enfoque de gobernanza que busca dejar atrás un papel reactivo de los tomadores de decisiones, este coloquio se enmarca como una herramienta proactiva, guiándose sobre todo por el hecho innegable que el acceso a la información con la apertura correspondiente se orienta a salvar vidas. Así, el Senapred refuerza su compromiso como gestor y promotor de proyectos encaminados hacia la construcción de sociedades más incluyentes, resilientes y, por lo tanto, más y mejor informadas. Muchas gracias y enhorabuena.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Engineer Guevara, for your words. And now we shall hear from Jabneli Maldonado Mesa, Mexico City Reconstruction Commissioner. Welcome. Commissioner Jabneli is having some technical problems. Now we shall hear from our next panelist, Claudia Guzman, President of the Institute for Democratic Development and Competitiveness.
Thank you very much and welcome everyone joining us in this presidium and to start the job in this colloquium. And thank you for everyone being here, Maria Carmen Nava-Molina, Citizen Commissioner of the Info CDMX, Kalilia Barracadena, Chief Enrique Guevara Ortiz, Chief of Senapred, Jabneli Maldonado, Commissioner for the Mexico City Reconstruction, also Commissioner Marina San Martin Rebollanza, Aristóteles Rodrigo, Citizen Commissioner of Info CDMX, and of course the institutional openness of the Commissioner President Julio César Bonilla Gutiérrez for the openness and with this presenting each one of people that are part of this presidium to make it this point of view that I want to put this opinion in the contribution of your job. And that is to talk about what represents regeneration, to make it from the beginning, from the natural basic beginning that it means. And regeneration is a natural process of everybody and part of the cells. I mean, now we're going to talk about how you plan it in the beginning for the people. But right now these cells have by themselves some intelligence. They have this information that is transferred to other cells. So they have a natural process and they allow the body to keep on existing in a healthy way. In this sense, in the circular system, through the ones that we have this nourishment. And with this analogy, I would like to put it in the center and to the light of this panel and of this colloquium, which is regeneration for peace. If each one of us that we are part of these organisms, we consider ourselves cells, and these cells give birth to other cells, well, we will be talking about sharing. I mean, if we open this institutional openness, the one we are addressing these jobs to, in the way that we can feel and take this nourishment to reach our goals. And one of the goals is what is in the 2030 agenda, and that is to talk about peace. And talking about peace is not only restitution of land or social restitution and to work one another, but to work together and to have all these progress areas and talking about the economical, social, environmental development as a factor that is related to culture, and that's where we're heading. This is a collective intelligence that the Commissioner Nava Molina was talking about. That's how we make our intelligence to transfer to other cells in such a way that we can generate some values, aptitudes, and behaviors that can promote peace and that can fight against violence and all of these problems with the dialogue between different groups and the states. And this is only through education. Education not only as a mechanism of transferring information, but to generate all of this knowledge. And in this sense, to build a culture that promotes specifically this transfer is the one that can guarantee the citizen participation. Now from the business sector, from the private sector as well, it's important to generate this link and to see how these have an influence in culture, starting from this protocol, which is an instrument. How are we going to transfer it? So this virtuous mechanism is a vehicle that really adds up to a new culture, and this is only belonging. And this is how can we make this culture to have an impact in social, economic dynamics and promoting change. And not only in paradigms, but in the patterns through that culture has had a fundamental role today in the reconstruction of the model to regeneration for peace as a vehicle of sustainable development, being a channel or a tool that can have these answers facing violence and having a memory. All the cells have memory, and in this way we can add to these historic memories, so they have spaces like this of freedom, of knowledge management, of transfers of us that are part of a democratic society that can contribute to the generation of an institutional body, of a social body that can allow us to live in wellness. and also to live good in the common good. Thank you very much, and congratulations to everyone that's here today, that's worked in these important, but not only concepts, but right now goals that link us as people of the world, people that we must hug each other, that we must hang on to these objective goals, and that we can build based on these principles and the particular needs and axis, a particular axis where we can all talk about in the same language, belonging and unity. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And now we will hear from Nacheli Rivera, Social Environment Risk Seminar Coordinator. Welcome, Nacheli.
Thank you very much, Soledad, and good morning, everyone. And before anything, dear Commissioner Blanca Ibarra, Enrique Guevara, Julio César Bonilla Gutierrez, Yamneli Maldonado, Claudia González, and all commissioners, Marina San Martin, Aristedes, and everyone that are part of the Estado Abierto. Good morning, and thank you for this. I'm very pleased to be here with you this third Colloquium for World Open Reconstruction, because I'm fortunate enough to be part of the first and second colloquium of this same topic, and to collaborate in these years closely with the InfoCDMX, following our open information openness objectives, and also in the reflection of the role of this institution in the risk management from the academic point of view, and also as a personal point of view. In our university seminar, we focus on researching from the university perspective the consequences of the risk processes. And the most critical manifestation is a disaster. And with this, our reflections take us to identify the problems and to propose new strategies and incident ways that can allow us to reduce the risk and avoid that the impacts of a threat become disasters. Because, as we already said, disasters are not always natural. And with this way, we've always walked hand in hand with the open state to help and to work with different friends and colleagues that are with us here today. Our goal has always been to generate strategies and specific content so we can take care of the needs of the personal data in this context, and to be ready for information to prevent the future risk, to reduce our present risk, and to take care of the phase before the disaster. And in this way, we've been that proposal and critical. It changes that these risk reduction need, and within the recovery, we need to be observant, and also we have to be constructive of the public environment to understand the context and the challenges that the people and the public servants face, and also to highlight the change ways that the things that need to be changed are changed. And as we've already said before in other places that we've already built, risk management is a topic that is not it's not always the good news, because that's where we see the weakness of our development process. The openness and the alliance between these institutions, Estado Abierto, and all the public and private entities that are here with us today, have taken us to build these spaces so we can achieve goal in the risk reduction. The right to understand. Someone that understands the risk and the context can take action, and can prevent the solutions, can organize these collective responses, and can decide how to allocate their resources. Last year, we went from reconstruction to recovery, and in this way, this colloquium opens a door to think, in Mexico City to the future. And how how are we going to redefine these public processes so we can prepare the answer, we can reduce the risk, and respond to the risk, and with people at the center, and not with other things such as infrastructure. I mean, we always have to take a look at, we have to always look at people as our center of attention. And after this phase that I'm very, very thankful and we are committed to build, I said here in the seminar, this linking processes and the space to share with you today, I mean, it's very, very important for us. I hope that we have an opportunity to have these different points of view on how we can regenerate for people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nasheli, for your intervention. And to be a great ally. In this journey, we've had over 3 years in open state government with our different colloquium projects, where your participation has been fundamental for this openness in the subject. Now we show here of the Commissioner for the Reconstruction of Mexico City, Yabneli Maldonado Mesa. Please, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. For your invitation in this colloquium for the open reconstruction. And nothing else to say that rebuild the city is a big challenge. Remember that from 2017 we were talking about the reconstruction must be open, and also without any doubt, I mean, with all the antecedents that happened, with all the legislators from the seventh legislative and of the public resources. We also talked about having a coordination institute for reconstruction. We talked about the need to reinforce the commission for Mexico City that was back then without more attributions, and the resources for reconstruction that must be public, and to promote transparency mechanisms for citizens, and especially for people that are in need, to take care of the request of information and treatment of personal data. And of course, we also implemented a mechanism for reconstruction, and we tried to boost the private sector to publish their own parts. In this way, the work has been hard, and we've been implemented the monthly update for the portal to reconstruction. I mean, here we publish all the numbers and all the budget. I mean, we've been talking with people, and we've been attending people, buildings, and this must be in a simple language that is accessible for everyone. Not only to publish this part of the public resources, but also the balance of the support, the right to reconstruction, the right to stop land studies, to condemnation, to have your deeds, and to reconstruction. And in this way, we thank the collaboration of co-creation table that we've had with the same institute to have these obligations of transparency, personal data protection, and its management, and also the following of the reconstruction portal, as well as the work that we do with the Transparency Academy committee that gives us its application and also its points of view. So we have an open reconstruction. And to say that we are working in the memory and archive of all the rights that have been exercised for all the damaged families, and that we've notified to the right institutions of all the buildings that we've been taking care of, and the land studies that we've been doing and we've been coordinating. And it's important to mention as well the challenge of guaranteeing that each one of the families have the information and details of their process. This is a big challenge, and the guarantee of the structural security from buildings through the help that we got from different technicians, such as the job directors and the security directors, and that everything that we've been talking about our city and these earthquakes and all the indications that we had in the last earthquake, I mean, they all had a check mark. And of course, this point of view that we were talking about, the comprehensive reconstruction, and of course, the livings that we pretend to finish for next year, all the unifamily livings and the multifamilies in 2023. We are committed and we know that we have to strengthen our own reconstruction portal to be more friendly, more accessible, and as I already said before, in a simple language. This is our commitment with the citizens of this beautiful country, but also with the damaged families. In this sense, I just say that we've been talking about in different informative assemblies with neighbors, and also to go to these neighborhoods that have more damage, Iztapalapa, Tláhuac, and Xochimilco, so all of them know the process of rehab and reconstruction of their own property that has been the work of their lives. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for this space to participate.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We are very thankful for the presence of members of the protocol, such as Commissioner of the regulated bodies of Veracruz and the state of Mexico. Now, we shall hear from Citizen Commissioner of the Info CDMX, Laura Lisette Enriquez Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Soledad. Good morning. I say hello to everyone that are here with us, especially to my dear Commissioner, Mari Carmen Nava, that is in charge of this third colloquium. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you to all of the ones that are part of the Presidium and special guests and everyone joining us. There's no doubt that the institutional openness can boost people, and this is important to have this information handy for everyone, especially facing these natural phenomena and the health emergencies that can help people make a decision. And thank you for the job of Commissioner Nava, the directives headed by Aldo Trapero. Thank you very much, because this is how our Info CDMX have an openness and transparency protocol facing the risk. And this is vital for information openness in critical situations. And thank you very much for that. And if you allow me, Mari Carmen, I would like to take advantage of this space to invite you, also the people, everyone here and the public in general, so they can follow our own channel. That it's important. Please write it down in your agenda. Next Thursday, we're going to be talking about personal data transferring, but you can follow us in social media. Thank you very much, Mari Carmen, for this invitation to this third colloquium, and congratulations to you and your team. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Soledad.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Enriquez, for your participation and for being here with us today in this event. Now we shall hear from Commissioner Citizen Aristides Rodrigo Guerrero Garcia. Please, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aldo, for giving me the floor. And I also say hello to everyone that is part of the Presidium, to the Commissioner Blanca Lilia Ibarra, President of INAI, Enrique Guevara Ortiz of Senapred, Claudia Guzman of IDECO, Nacheli Ruiz Rivera of SURSA, and all my commissioner colleagues, Marina San Martin Rebolloso, also Laura Lisette Enriquez Rodriguez, and the one that is in charge of this forum, the one that has boosted through 3 years, Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava. And I congratulate you for these kind of events, and not stop mentioning my colleague, Commissioner Julio Cesar Bonilla, that besides being president of the Info CDMX, he's coordinator of these other regulated bodies. And I also greet Ms. Mesa, that is now in charge of the Reconstruction of Mexico City. She was part of the damaged people, but right now she is a commissioner for reconstruction. Once since the person that was in charge was changed to another job. Now, I want to talk about this. Since the first edition of this colloquium in 2019, this colloquium for open reconstruction has put itself as an exposition forum for different topics for access to information to build a prevention culture. And in this way, through the development of the last edition, we find out all the challenges and perspectives in the institutional matter of transparency in different emergency situations, such as the one that we are currently living, the one that was provoked by COVID-19. The importance of this colloquium is to boost different actions and also to disseminate these openness actions in the government. Unfortunately, in the world, we are exposed to the existence of different natural disasters. In 2017, Mexico City, we lived an unfortunate situation, and well, since the earthquake from this year, we did around 2,000 requests for access to information. That's why it's important to have this right of access to information, to start building a prevention culture. We've said it before, we've said it in different forums. Unfortunately, in the world, there will still be pandemics as the one that we are currently living. Unfortunately, in Mexico City, it's going to happen. We're going to have an earthquake again. But the importance is how ready we are, how prepared we are to face these natural disasters. It's important to have these different protocols that have been boosted through the open state direction. And it's important to put on the table all the actions that must be done. And with this, I congratulate all the Open State team, and especially Maria del Carmen Nava, for this colloquium. I mean, this year with the regeneration for peace topic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Aristides Rodrigo. Now we shall hear from Citizen Commissioner of Info CDMX, Marina San Martin Rebolloso. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Soledad, and good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, being here with my partner, Mari Carmen Nava, and I welcome everyone, the President of INAI, Kalilia Ibarra, Commissioner, thank you very much. Also, the Director of SENAPRED, the one. And I mean, everyone that is in here with us today, working for the same purpose, a president of IDECO and the coordinator for SUBSA UNAM, all my colleagues from college. And thank you very much. I'm very thankful for this invitation. And I would start, because you know that I like to quote some things. And Shakespeare said that the preventive man always lives in the present and can prevent the future events. And I mean, this city has had a lot of things. We've had some earthquakes, and I mean, not only the earthquakes, but we've had different natural disasters that we cannot control. And well, we cannot control what's around us, but we can be ready on how we react to this. And this is our job. This is what we've been saying, this third colloquium for an open reconstruction, with a very, very good topic, which is regeneration for peace, is to make conscious in people in the importance of openness. I wouldn't like to stop recognizing the strategic knowledge and what Ms. Mari Carmen has done so far with the National Transparency Institute, taking this into a national level, and especially the whole team of Estado Abierto, Open Government, how they've boosted this, how this institutional openness is an access to consolidate and such a sensitive topic that is risk management. How are we going to prevent how we react during the moment, and what do we learn after this? How are we going to build this resilient community? This is what we are looking at right now. Reconstruction. I mean, 5 different elements, and one of them, besides participation, cooperation, integrity, and conflict prevention, and the memory that is the one that gives us the information and the access to information, transparency and accountability, because when we have crises is when we need more information. And why? Because this is when we need to be more confident. And how are we going to build this confidence? Well, taking and flowing with information. These 3 different editions give different point of view and a different evolution in how we get this to analyze the risk management. In the first edition, it was the reaction. How do we react to this? In the second edition, I mean, facing the COVID that no one was expecting, but was one of the additional crises that we must have present. And in this third year, that is to repair. I mean, I really like these words: repair, regenerate, rebuild, with peace and from peace. And I mean, I would highlight this part, that it's peace, and it's important. How do we look at this? How do we face these problems? How do we redo ourselves? Not from reconfrontation, not from violence, not from the polemics, but from peace. But from peace. This is the importance of this. Information, without any doubt, it's a common good that helps us work together in this rehab. But in this colloquium, I mean, it would be really good to discuss about these topics. I mean, I would just like to close with another quote of Pilar Gallego from Spain that said that we need to know, so we need to prevent, and prevent to protect. So thank you very much, Mari Carmen, and a lot of success for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner San Martin, for your exposition, for your presentation, and for pointing out the focus of this colloquium, not from the confrontation, not from violence, but from consolidation and reconstruction in a positive peace culture. Thank you so much for being with us today. Now we shall hear from Commissioner President Julio Cesar Bonilla Gutierrez, so he can please give us his message in this day.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. For me, it's an honor to be here and to have this opportunity in the presence of all of you in this very important event, Carmen, the 3rd colloquium for a World Open Reconstruction, Regeneration for Peace. A big job. That's a great, great job that's being hand in hand with the Institute and with your work team. And now it's time to recognize this and to congratulate you for your job in heading these activities that are so important for the capital and for the country. And I also thank the Disaster Prevention Center, also the UNAM and the Institute for Democratic Development and Competitivity, that along with the InfoCDMX, that we look with this colloquium to get people closer to these spaces, to the proposals for public solution that are applicable for the different stages of risk, prevention, reaction, and recovery, and also to contribute to social resiliency, to regenerate, rebuild communities, and also to have positive peace that without any doubt has been the access and destination for this kind of events headed by Mari Carmen Nava. I would like to say hi to our dear friend, President of the INAI, Blanca Lilia Ibarra, for her solidarity, and also my colleagues, Eliseth Enriquez, Marina San Martin, and my friend, Aristides Rodrigo Guerrero Garcia. I mean, I already did this, but once again, Mari Carmen Nava, which is the one that has built this, heading the institute. Commissioner for Reconstruction, Mexico City. Commissioner, welcome and thank you very much. Claudia Guzman, President of IDECO. Welcome, dear Claudia. It's good to see you here. Nacheli Ruiz, a coordinator of SURSA INAM, and thank you very much for being here. Also, Enrique Guevara, SENAPRED's director, thank you very much. Mirna Rocío Moncada, Guadalupe Ramírez Peña, Yolanda Jerónimo, as part of the National Transparency System. It's important to keep in mind that an open reconstruction is only possible, as we've already said, through the put in practice the 5 governmental elements. So we reach a point where all the public policies are into the matter. So we have this reconfiguration of community that for any cause are in a risk situation: transparency and accountability, participation and co-creation, integrity and conflict prevention, simple language and open formats, and also memoir and archive. Now, in this 3rd edition of the colloquium, it's of a global matter, and we are trying to look together for a response with this system that must be seen as a common good. In this, with a good logic of the human rights, that it's inclusive and open, that can give privilege to people and that they can exercise their rights in peace. In this context, the institutional openness is a key element so we can coordinate the efforts and to have it in a multi-level part, in the ways that the world is exposed to, and facing any risk situation, it's necessary the immediate response for the authorities in a coordinated way so they can give this relief to people and work as soon as possible in rehab, regeneration, and building a positive peace with effective communication between people and their communities. I mean, information is not enough, and we need to inform like that. That's why this 3rd colloquium for a world open reconstruction, regeneration for peace looks for showing up as clear as possible the big importance that is to us that people have access to information so they can make the best decisions in these crisis situations or risk situations and during all its stages: prevention, reaction, and recovery. And with all of this in the process of reconstruction and regeneration of our capital. And it depends, as usual, of all of us, institutions and people, to get involved in these kind of exercises that add up to these channels, effective communication channels between people and the institutions. Channels that in these risk situations are fundamental to safeguard the integrity and welfare of our people. And just as we've said it before, from the National Transparency System, from the InfoCDMX, we are going to keep on working hard. Mari Carmen, besides coordinating the InfoCDMX, coordinates the Commission of Open Government in the National Transparency System. And this renders account of and shows up the professionality and the commitment that she has facing these events, facing these goals, facing these institutional work that we need in the capital. So once again, Mari Carmen, let the success keep going and this be another one. We're going to keep on going forward, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner President, for your message in this inauguration of the Third Colloquium for Global Open Reconstruction, Regenerating Ourselves for Peace. Now, we shall hear from Commissioner Cynthia Gonzalez from the Institute of Veracruz for being here with us. Just like all the different obligated subjects from Mexico City that are online through our social media or our platforms such as Zoom, like the Social Security Secretary, Capital 21, CEPI, the PRD Party, among others. Thank you so much for being here with us. And now, please present the video of the protocol.
Apertura.
Openness.
Innovación.
Innovation.
E inteligencia pública
And public intelligence
fueron los ingredientes para elaborar un instrumento de gobernanza que garantiza el derecho a saber ante riesgos.
that guarantees to know upon risks.
La colaboración en multiactor y multinivel fue clave
The
para
multi-actor
identificar
and
los
multi-level
elementos
was key to identify the minimum elements that allow you to get integral answers during, before, and after a risk. These can be replicated locally and can also be a part of the construction of resilient societies.
Así, las personas, comunidades,
Like this, people, communities, and public institutions, and also private ones, regulated subjects will have the tools to react in the correct way through collaboration, inclusion, and gender equality. It was 10 months of work, of collaborative work, where diverse actors from Chiapas, Mexico City, Sonora, Sinaloa, Tabasco, and Quintana Roo, throughout 9 co-creation tables and 1 plenary session, 61 people and experts gave out their ideas to co-create.
Prevención, reacción y recuperación.
Transparency upon risk,
Active
prevention, reaction, and recuperation. Activate since now. In that same line, now we shall hear from staff. Can you please help us with the message from our Reverend Doug in this protocol? Del ejemplo del trabajo que se ha hecho hasta ahora en ese campo en México. Desde 2018, el Fórum de la Paz de París es un actor, un multiactor que trata los problemas como el calentamiento global, las adversidades del Internet, y claro, la gobernanza y cómo ha lidiado con la pandemia. Estos son problemas que van más allá de las fronteras y que no solo involucran estados, pero también sociedades civiles y sus actores, compañías, diferentes organizaciones y por supuesto la socialidad en un conjunto. Y el problema de esta transparencia y su apertura de desastres y riesgos es, claro, un problema global que necesita una solución, como por ejemplo los protocolos.
Now, team from staff,
o
we
el
cannot hear the
protocolo que
video.
debe ser replicable a nivel mundial. Y eso es lo que hacemos básicamente en el Fórum de la Paz de París. Que María del Carmen Nava Polina ha aplicado, es claro, un nuevo ejemplo y muy estimulador del ejemplo del trabajo que se ha hecho hasta ahora en ese campo en México. Desde 2018, el Fórum de la Paz de París es un actor, un multiactor que trata los problemas como el calentamiento global, las adversidades del Internet y, claro, la gobernancia, cómo ha lidiado con la pandemia. Estos son problemas que van más allá de las fronteras y que no solo involucran estados, pero también sociedades civiles, sus actores, compañías, diferentes organizaciones, y por supuesto la socialidad en conjunto. Y el problema
society as one, and the problem of this transparency and its openness
de desastres,
of disasters and risks is clear.
Global que necesita
a global
una
problem that
solución,
has to be,
como por
have
ejemplo,
a solution. For example,
los protocolos,
the
el
protocols
protocolo que debe
or
ser
the
replicable a
protocol
nivel
that
mundial.
must be replicated
Y eso es lo que
worldwide.
hacemos básicamente
And that's what
en
we
el
do
Fórum de la Paz de
basically
París.
in the Forum of the Peace, in the Forum of Peace in Paris. Thank you very much for everyone who is here in this inaugural act of the Third Colloquium for an Open Reconstruction. And now we shall go to the first panel or first table, this prevention upon risk. But in this moment, while all the panelists get online and we do the transition, we shall see on screen the semblance of each one of them. First panel, prevention upon risk. Moderator, Sulema.
Good morning, everyone, from wherever you are online with us. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And we're going to start with this first panel, Prevention Facing Risk. In this third colloquium for World Open Reconstruction, Regeneration for Peace. This panel has a goal to collaborate in the sector and multi-sector during this prevention stage of this risk. And for this panel, we have three different personalities. The first one is Lourdes Morales. Accountability Network Coordinator, Ángeles Gives, Workplace Wellness Council, and Steve Kalilia, Founder and Executive Chairman of the Institute for Economics and Peace. Welcome all and thank you for your time. And this is a short panel with 2 rounds. The first intervention will be of 7 minutes, the second one 2 minutes for a general conclusion. And for it, I would like to ask the next questions and the development of this discussion. The first one is what's the role of public institutions, international institutions that can contribute to prevention of any risk as the peace processes and conflict solution can contribute to this risk management, and from your professional point of view, how to generate this collaboration between these different sectors, private and public, to regenerate the common goods. And for this, I would like to start with Lulu Morales. Good morning, Lulu. Now you have 7 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. And once again, congratulations, but now publicly, for this model you guys are doing. The Commissioner Nava has presented. I know these questions are focused specifically in institution, prevention of risks, and collaboration in general, but I'd like to take advantage of this space to talk about an investigation we recently finished last year in the Institute of Investigation, Accountability, and Combat of Corruption. In this investigation, we promoted the creation of a model of accountability in emergency situations where, of course, we talked about the points that are being talked about in this day. Every time there's a crisis, government institutions take decisions starting from the information that exists. You don't always have this information. Like when influenza started or with COVID. And what's true is that now we already have a certain knowledge, a previous knowledge of what information can be useful and how to generate a model to manage this information in order to make these decisions. So in a model of crisis management, first, what is the crisis? So you can get the information to prevent and react in the answer. And then in the management, where you have to identify the most problematic areas and to hold the crisis. And finally, a way to evaluate the results after the crisis, where all of this can give us a certain knowledge of everything. So what do institutions do here? Like, for example, in the pandemic, there were certain forums of discussions and resolutions like the UNESCO, the UN, where basically 5 parameters that are relevant were established. First, have the legal guarantees so everyone can have access to this information. And in the actual contents, it appears that everyone has these legal areas that everyone knows. International standards, where resources are channeled under public vigilance that takes care that it's not falling into corruption. And then second, procedures, where you have to have the guarantee of the publicity of this information. And to send messages so the citizenship can know what we're heading up against and how it's going to be handled. And then proactivity. Institutions have to create confidence in crisis throughout the proactive of broadcast of information. And in this pandemic, it was very vulnerable. The privacy, even though we are in a sui generis situation, citizens have the right to know you have a right to privacy, even though data collection is necessary. And then in this same area, I want to point out 2 things. Commissioner Nava has been a great ally and consistent one. Under no circumstance should rights be limited upon a crisis situation? If this happens, for example, to stay home or other preventive measurements, with a plain justification and limited time. Now, how can we transition to a different model of government in emergency and an accountability rendition? We need three things. And that's part of what we found in this investigation. First, it's important to count with leadership and authority. Second, generate mechanism of elaboration and cooperation, not only between government and its different levels, such as federal areas, but also with the citizens and with those actors that coadjuvate into the management of the crisis. And third, in this modern time, such as what we're doing today, technology, information, and management of data. In this sense, if we want to build a public policy of accountability in crisis moments, there are 6 areas that must be developed, such as make sure how installed is the capacity of the government and how we can make prevention policies. We already knew there was going to be a crisis. It's written. After 2009, there's a book called The Pandemic That's on Its Way. There, we already knew there was going to be a new pandemic, a new influenza, and it was going to be and Mexico was going to have to face itself against a vulnerable and vulnerated health institution. And so what prevention measurements can we take? So what kind of public do we have? How are we prepared for this? We have to have a crisis mentality, how all the actors that intervene have to act, not if they were managing a soccer game, but actually in a crisis, a health crisis, or a natural disaster crisis. We have to be a public policy logic where the crisis is being handled with resources, accountability, and other processes. Where it has to be clear, the objective, the actions, the results, and evaluation measurements. There has to be a communication strategy that's consistent, congruent, that doesn't contradict itself, where the spokesperson and those who intervene don't send cross messages, because that's the worst thing that can happen in the management of a crisis. It can generate contrary results and coordination. I don't have a lot of time left, but from the international organisms or bodies in all the world and in Mexico, we already know what areas are vulnerable, and it must have an accountability and a responsible management of information and a unified portal where all those who make decisions can access to the same information. It will for sure generate even useful results and even more necessary for the results of the crisis than the ones we've had, where there has not been this coordination and the participation has not been stimulated in different sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lulu. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to repeat this model that you mentioned, this point that you talk about, these mechanisms, cooperation mechanisms. I mean, this is part of the model that from the Info and Commission at NAVA, we try to reinforce this collaboration with this multi-sector, multi-level, to take advantage of this public intelligence, to take advantage of the expertise of every sector to manage crisis, in this case, in access to information. I mean, what's the role of this organism in facing it? And with this, I would like to give the floor to Angeles Gives, so she can talk about this and more about this role of the business sector in preventive culture.
How is everyone? Good morning. Thank you so much for this invitation. Marco Antonio, we are very thankful from all the community of Workplace Wellness Council. We have over 10 years of existence, and we want to congratulate you for this third colloquium. This is an example of reconstruction for peace. I will start this subject, how to have a structure to be able to treat the subject of prevention and create a prevention culture, which is the reason why this council exists. During this time, and throughout what we learned in the public section, in the one we've collaborated for 9 years now, in 2012, Marcelo Ebrard led us out, and we started working with organizations, health organizations, to identify the risk factors focused on physical wellness, and now with a NOM 035 to work to identify risky factors and psychosocial areas. It's very important that all organizations like in mine, in the private sector, we understand that it has to do with knowing the data and counting on the information of our collaborators. Programs like Knowing Your Numbers, where we need to ensure that these files exist today digitally, and the use of them, such as Lulu was talking about, that are private and also anonymous. In some cases, only private, depending on what it's used for. But for that, you need to count on certain policies. In the Wellness Council, the affiliated institutions go through a process of evaluation of diagnosis, execution, and in health and federal areas, to have an internal communication and collaboration with public section and civil society, leadership, sustainability, and culture. It's very important what Lulu was mentioning about leadership and cooperation, because that's basically what we've accomplished in the private sector. So we can count on these, so these areas can make it to the families. Health promotion doesn't work if it doesn't make it to the collaborator and therefore its own members in the family. In the same way, I think it's interesting, and in our case, it's been successful. Of course, it has not stopped being very difficult to accomplish during the pandemic. But what started as business continuity, after 18 months, it's a new normal where connectivity, teleworking, and adaptation of NOM 035, it's all fundamental. And in that area, we've been working coordinatively to give that continuity, and started like that, like a business continuity. And now it's like an actual law, specifically because of the situation. I believe it's very interesting that the colloquium talks about reflection, innovation, referring to regeneration and reconstruction. I really like talking about regeneration. It's not only to build on what already exists, but to go inside into the leadership. How we are doing these policies, how we are making them effective and less costly, these programs, to ensure the sustainability and to make them to endure throughout the years. Basically, it's what I can talk about in this first intervention. Sulema, I don't know if you want me to give an answer to the second question, or what should I do? You tell me.
Of course, Angeles. I mean, talking about peace culture, the role from these different sector, how it adds up.
It's a very interesting question. I think to educate, health, education, and self-care, that is to work for peace. What do I mean? If we go over all the policies we have to accomplish and make a part of our collaborators in our own social, there are certain protocols of work violence. And I call it sexy, but those kind of problems are the ones that we are trying to take care of in the Workplace Wellness Council. And of course, we have to make it visible, make this subject visible, so we can give it a name and a last name to subjects like addictions that go to the tobacco addiction or to work addiction, that the emotional dependence is a very social problem that has to do with alcohol. And all of this takes us to certain protocols and programs that we need to take care of so we can ensure they're visible. How work violence, that there's certain mechanisms that it can be talked about and disarticulated. There's Pablo Pagliai, certain clinical psychologists in the council. I mention this because it's a collaborative culture, like Lourdes mentioned. Basically, that's what we could say on the matter. I believe, Sulema, that what's important in any sector, particularly in the private one, is to be progressive and advance and make it possible for it to be visible. Thank you very much, Angeles, without a doubt. And definitely, this you point out of making it visible is very necessary. And sadly, it's been mentioned several times in different forums, was all potentialized in different areas, this kind of violence. Addiction to work, teleworking, and taking it home and coexisting with it is all very important. And it's very important to make it visible. Thank you so much for your role in the contribution of these protocols and to build and collaborate in this construction of peace in society. Now we shall hear from Steve Kalilia, founder of the Institute for Economy and Peace.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at the conference, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Muchas gracias por invitarme.
Thought I might start by just talking a little bit about
vamos
why
a empezar
this is
hablando
important.
de
So
por
we look
qué
at the world
esto es
today, the
importante.
major challenges facing us are global in nature.
Las
They're things
situaciones
like
que estamos
climate change,
enfrentando al día de
increasing
hoy,
biodiversity, full use of the fresh water on the planet, and underpinning all of them, overpopulation. And unless we have a planet which is basically peaceful, we'll never achieve the levels of trust, cooperation, or inclusiveness necessary to solve these problems. Therefore, peace is prerequisite for survival of society as we know it in the 21st century. And that, my friends, is very different than any other epoch in human history. In the past, peace may have been the domain of the attitudinal surveys and analyse them to understand the factors which are most closely associated with highly peaceful societies. Now, none of the things which creates positive peace is really going to be anything which is counterintuitive to you. But what's important is they all function as a system. They come together and interlock. And no one is really more important than another. You need all of them running together to create the appropriate system. So it's things like well-functioning government, strong business environment, high levels of human capital, equitable distribution of resources, acceptance of the rights of others, free flow of information, good relationships with the neighbours. And they all come together to form a system. Now, what's interesting about positive peace, we can also take that and turn it around into another index. And that really is quite profound, because now having that index, we've now got the ability now to understand the momentum which countries have moving towards or away from peace. Now, having that momentum, that's really quite important to understand which countries are likely to fall into violence at some point in the future. Now, also, positive peace is associated with a whole range of other things which we think are important. They're things like higher per capita income, better measures of well-being and happiness, better measures on ecological performance, and better measures on inclusion. So in many ways, positive peace can describe an optimal environment for human potential to flourish. But just to dig into it a little bit more, it also creates resilience. So what we find is that countries which are high in positive peace have less civil resistance movements. They last for a shorter amount of time. They're more moderate in their aims. They're more likely to achieve their aims, and they're far, far, far less violence. And if we're just digging into the higher per capita income, the relationship between both positive peace and business. So we went back the last 10 years. We took the countries which were improving in positive peace, and we looked at the appreciation of their share markets. They performed 34% better than the global average for share markets. That's really quite a staggering outcome. We also find that countries which are improving in positive peace compared to countries which are deteriorating, on average have 2% per annum higher GDP growth rates. And that is really, really a lot. Now, we start to think about positive peace. What we find is that it operates as a system. So all the various pillars, the 8 pillars I mentioned earlier on, they all interact together. And so systems thinking is very, very different from the way we normally think. We normally think in terms of cause and effect. Sort of, here is a problem, what is the cause? And what that is that's good, but quite often it's helpful, but it never truly solves the problem. Systems work in a very complex ways. So we're thinking about cause and effect, and that's the way we generally analyse problems. Okay, here's the problem, what was the cause? But we're looking at systems, they operate differently. They really operate through relationships and flows. And so what's important, rather than understanding an event, what's important is understand the relationships and flows which cause the events to come about. And then focusing on ordering those relationships and flows, which will then cause different events to arise. So let's just think a little bit about free flow of information. So free flow of information can be epitomised by a free press, but it's a lot more than just a free press. It also consists of the interconnectivity which you have for information. That's particularly pertinent to, let's say, the internet. And so the more access we've got to the internet, the more access we've actually got to information. And there's profound amounts of information up on the internet now. Also, it comes down to the quality of the information as well. If you're getting a lot of misinformation, then that's not a good thing, because although you may access to more information, you're ending up with incorrect information as well. So we'll come back and we'll just think about an example now of the systems and using the free flow of information. So what I want you to do is just think about well-functioning government, corruption, and free flow of information, 3 of the pillars of positive peace. So what happens? This well-functioning government, affect corruption through rules and regulations? Does well-functioning government affect the free flow of information through rules and regulations? But does corruption affect the way a government operates? Does corruption affect the free flow of information? Or does the free flow of information affect the perceptions of corruption? And does free flow of information affect the regulations and rules which governments pass? You can't separate the three. They're all intertwined together. So let's just spend a little bit more time on free flow of information. So now, free flow of information creates efficiency. And as I mentioned, it's much, much more than a free press. So let's think in a business environment, okay, in a public market, people are trading stocks. You've got accurate and full disclosure of information in the market. You're going to end up with a much more efficient system to price the true value of that company. Similarly, you're coming around and you want to, let's say, implement something within a company or within society. If you've got access to the best information, you're likely to do it in the best way possible. And that, again, creates more efficiency. We also think about the citizens within societies and their ability now to have access to information. So having access to the information, they're now going to be able to make much better judgments, much more knowledgeable judgments about the actions they should take and what they should do. So that comes back to affecting the way people vote, the way they'll perceive their governments, and the way they'll perceive the communities around them if they've got better knowledge and information. So now, in summary, if we look at positive peace, in many ways, it describes an optimal environment in which human potential can flourish. But in many ways, we can see many of the Western democracies are getting, let's say, squeaky around the edges. They're not functioning as well as what they were. Positive peace provides a transformational concept of being able to reinvigorate Western democracies. And on that point, I'd like to thank you for listening to me. Goodbye.
We talk about this and how we can achieve positive peace, and we can help develop this, and how are we going to make this cooperation, co-creation, collaboration of all sectors will contribute for this, to build this, that we have the challenges as a society. And it is also important to mention that this thing about the fake information, and that I take a little bit, I mean, Dr. Lulu was saying it's important to have these leadership, these communication channels in just one way, so we can prevent and we can avoid this fake news and misinformation. So we will be going for the next round, where we would like to close with one of your interventions up to 2 minutes, as a conclusion, as homework, as, I don't know, like a public institution, private institutions, I don't know. In the moment that, the previous moment to facing these crises, these risks, I don't know, right now with the coronavirus, I mean, we have big learnings out of this. We need to go out and start to think, how are we going to react, and how we've been reacting without being prevented.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for this forum. It appears that no matter how much we accomplish and register the consequences of a not very good flow of information or discoordination of itself, the lack of a culture of prevention, a lot of tragedies continue to happen, natural disasters, and decisions are being made that end up not really helping out, like the government disappearing the Sondén. We hope that there's not a tragedy soon, because we don't know if we will have the tools to face it, because it's not a question only of volunteering. So it's great what the info is doing, like guaranteeing the relevance of information. It's a role model. So what my recommendation is, unfortunately, they're the same ones, and I retake. And the Inter-American Bank of Development has also pointed out, in a crisis, we can't have uniform policies for everyone. You need to protect those who are most vulnerable, affected, and they need to be in the most priority area. So the enterprises, informal workers, and those that are already in a very poor situation, certain public policies like prevention and management of emergencies should be taken account to them. If they need to adjust to a reality that's changing, there's certain decisions that can't be very strict. They have to adapt to the new situations. The coordination is very important, like the inclusiveness of the private sector, academic sector. It's very absurd to think that one problem that affects a country in a way that's so big, like in this case, a pandemic, can be solved only with one institution or throughout the public institutions. Of course, they should take the coordination, but they need the collaboration of everyone. And I hope that the prophecy of the book of Ricardo Becerra, and there is no longer a new earthquake, or at least not soon, please, because I believe we still haven't this culture of prevention that they were speaking about some minutes ago. And they're so necessary for countries like Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lulu. And yes, I mean, we need to think about that in the case that the country that we live in, the city that we live in, I mean, it's a lot of Mexicos. And please go ahead, Angeles.
Thank you very much, Zulema. I agree with Lourdes and with you. We need to make sure that the information, the necessary information is at our grasp. We have to have flexible politics of any sector to understand in equity terms. There's a lot of different Mexicos, certain businesses that have different resources, the majority of them, like the small or the micro business that are mostly in this country. And there's a lot to do to watch over that you have this information, this logical strategies and resources. There's a good communication and a culture of collaboration. And I would say that more than the savings that a certain program of cultural edification could bring in favorable, that they're not only one-sided. They can be developed during time and continue over time. That is not just a one thing or one action. Inclusion, equality, diversity, they're all fundamental. And the information that can be sensitive among the different areas and can be a part of educative programs. And like Steve was mentioning in his video, the pursuit of the civilization to manage a system that knows the cause and effects and where the relations can be understood. He talks about in a splendid way to learn and sensibilization of the work. We need to know the numbers. It's not possible how we don't know the way and the status of our car. We need to broadcast what we have to do regarding health. And I just had a session of prevention, and yes, it probably may have an earthquake, but my reaction was, And it's going to happen because we live in a seismical area. That's why we need to have this data, these numbers, this prevention culture. We need to transform in the end. That's what we're talking about in this colloquium, to make this information an education. Since we are in this area, we need to know those risks. I know exactly what you mean, Lulu, and I really liked what you talked about. We need to really know that we are in this area, in this seismical area. Sulema, I am at your service. I am the president of the Workplace Wellness Council, and I am at your service. Thank you so much for...
Thank you very much, Angeles. And yes, I mean, I highlight this part of the culture of health. Health culture is to start with knowing each other, knowing how we are in our head, in our heart, and from then out. And as I mentioned before, and we've said it in enough forums, how this has been affecting us and what's coming in a social, emotional level in this health emergency, what's it leaving behind. And I'm sure that it would be very important to have the private sector and all sectors, so we can start with them, with the health culture, prevention culture. And just to wrap up, I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava Polina, and we'll be closing this first panel.
Thank you very much. I'm really delighted to hear all of you. I think it's very important to remember and point out some of the phrases that were mentioned here. Thank you, Lulu, Angeles, Steve. The emphasis in confidence, that confidence in institution is generated from information, transparency. To point out the construction of positive peace, but not in the superficial, but throughout the inclusion, the guarantee of the generation of economy, have elements to be a part of happiness. And of course, the information, the quality information on time in a very simple language, a collaborative culture. It's something fundamental. And also to give the context of what it implies, to activate the information, to prevent, and to be in circumstances to respond and react upon risks. Last week, there was a diagnosis of the World Bank, and what it referred to is that when environment is deteriorated, there's more migration because of environmental problems. And in this case, we are sure that the emergencies and risks vulnerate the human rights of people, like the environmental risks. Michelle Bachelet, the Commissioner of the UN for Human Rights, points out that they're going to constitute in a very nearby future this environmental risks, the greatest defy for humans. The complete context in Mexico is that we have an increment of poverty, people in poverty situations. The pandemic has showed us that context. So the lack of information, openness, transparency affects especially, very importantly, to the population that's vulnerable. That's why for us it's indispensable to give this reflection, to have an open reconstruction and regenerate ourselves in the conditions, real conditions that can be visible. But of course, like Angeles pointed out, to return into ourselves and to be certain that the collaboration is the one that will allow the construction of a positive peace. Thank you so much for this first table. Thank you, Sulema, for your moderation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Angeles, Lulu, Steve. And we are done with this. And goodbye.
Welcome everyone in the Zoom of Info Mexico City and Open State that are here with us today from different areas of Mexico, Spain, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, and France to the second panel of the third colloquium, Open a Global Reconstruction, to the Commission of Filming. Welcome. Administrative Justice Tribunal, Capital 21, the Secretariat of Indigenous Communities of Mexico City, and the Commissioner of Human Rights of Mexico City. Now, please, staff, can you please play the video?
En colectivo reflexionamos, proponemos e innovamos soluciones para la gestión de riesgos como
Public solutions to
sismos,
risk,
inundaciones, guerras, emergencias de
earthquakes, floods, emergent health emergencies,
la regeneración, recuperación comunes,
and recuperation
contribuyen a confianza,
contribute to confidence, resilience,
paz positiva.
and positive peace.
En una serie de foros anuales, el InfoCDM, mediante Estado
Thank you very
abierto,
much,
abrió la
team of
discusión,
staff.
diálogo
And now
permanente
we will
y
hear
plural de
from
voces.
the Commissioner
En
of Transparency
2019,
Institute.
primer coloquio
Personal
con la
Data Protection.
Reconstrucción Abierta en la Ciudad de México. Identificamos que se necesita un piso mínimo de información en riesgos como los sismos de
Such as earthquakes of 2017. In 2020, second colloquium for an open reconstruction,
Los gobiernos no estaban
International Open
preparados para
Reconstruction, the
enfrentar
governments
COVID-19. La apertura y la información
of openness and
empoderan a las
information
personas y a las
empower
comunidades.
people and communities. Please, Commissioner Alcalá, welcome to start the moderation of this second table. Yes, now we can hear you. Yes, Commissioner Adriana Alcalá, go ahead. Thank you very much. I apologize. I'm trying to get online. I have problems with my connection. Good afternoon, everyone who are here with us on this very special day in the third colloquium for a global open reconstruction, regeneration for peace. Specifically in this second panel, reaction upon risks. It's a project that's promoted by the Info CDMX. I'd like to thank Commissioner President Julio Cesar Bonilla, the specialist Nava Polina for the invitation to this great event. And I'd like we will talk about subjects of great relevance, such as the global reconstruction. I'd like to welcome Miguel Ángel Blanes Clement, transparency expert, Pamela Urrutia Aristizábal, University of Barcelona researcher, and Pietro Ameglio, Nonviolence and Peace Program, Philosophy and Letters of the National University of Mexico. Thank you very much for being with us in this panel. I am sure that what you guys will teach us today will be very important contributions regarding the subjects that will be talked about, but also will be a navigation route so we can finally fulfill open reconstruction. We will talk about the participation of the multi-sector regarding e-transparency and freedom of information. Each speaker will share their experience on how to build positive peace in collaboration with government institutions and society from their own perspective. Is it possible to have new interaction forms between government authorities and people for a timely reaction towards a disaster and peace generation? How can we make people participate in the reaction process when facing an emergency? This panel schedule will be 8 minutes per speaker of each participation round. Then the conclusion round of 2 minutes per speaker. The moderation, 5 minutes.
Okay, so can you hear me? Yes, that's good. Okay, so thank you very much from Spain. I say hi to everyone. It's 7 p.m. And first of all, I would like to thank everyone that's made possible this colloquium, all their job, all their effort, and especially Antonio Trapero and Mari Carmen Nava for giving me the chance to be here with you today in this space. It's a quote that I like, and it's the one that you must value, the one that gives you their time, because it's giving you something that cannot recover. And I hope that in these few minutes that we share are useful and full of productivity for all of you, since you are giving me your time. And now I would like to start sharing some ideas talking about the need and the importance of information the moment that we react upon an emergency. In this stage, we're going to pick up everything that we could have in the preventive stage. The more as we share with the population some information, complete information, updated information, a simple language, and in a very easy to understand way. And so these people, the moment that they have to react upon the emergency, it's not in the preventive stage, but in the next phase. And they will have a bigger capacity to save their people and also their goods and react in a more calmly way. And I would like to share the experience that we're living right now in Spain. Yesterday, I don't know if you heard by social media that a volcano erupted in the Canarian Islands. I mean, it's 15 years since the last volcano activity. It's not 24 hours yet. And through this personal experience that we are living right now, information is very important, not only for the population, but also for public institutions that interfere in a situation of maximum risk such as this one. In that sense, it's very important, and we've talked about the coordination between different levels, local, province, regional, and national level. Now, I'm going to share my screen with you just so you know. Okay, let me see if you can see it right now. Okay, so here I'm going to share you the normative. If you can see this of a special plan where we can see the need to give information for people in the preventive and the reaction, and also after the reconstruction stage. This is the special plan for civil protection and attention to emergencies that we are applying right now. And as a matter that I would like to highlight, this normative is what we have as a traffic light for information. I don't know if you can see right now the chart that I'm sharing you, that depending on the situations, the population is given more information due to these needs. The pre-alert, which is the green one, is that people are calm and they know what we've talked about in the preventive stage. And so this population is educated, and they are conscious that they live in an earthquake area and a volcano area, and that they are vulnerable to these situations, because if people don't know where they live, it would be harder for them to react. And obviously, when the situation comes to a yellow part, it's because we see some demonstrations that the risk is increasing. Obviously, here we increase the civil society's obligations, and we must be ready if we have to do a preventive evacuation. As the risk grows up, it goes to an orange color or a red color. And obviously, here we include the obligation to get in touch with the authorities so they can give instructions on how to make that evacuation. As I mentioned before, the importance of this, the more we share this information, it's easier for people to understand this in the preventive stage, and the faster we share this information, the faster the reaction of the people will be. And this is what we are doing in Spain. Fortunately, we don't have any victims. We don't not have any people injured. The evacuation was done with success. I mean, material damages are there, about 100 houses and a lot of farms that the animals, have been affected. It's true that in this reaction stage, the evacuation is not only important, but to keep the people safe and to give them a place so they can be food, information about how to protect their health, because in this case, the bigger risk is the gas emissions and the materials that are highly damaging for people. So right now we give the authority, and they name a coordinator so they avoid this misinformation, they avoid this excess of information that make the population confused. And this is essential, that information flows for the same source. In this sense, in these different stages that we give information to people, also the biggest intervention is from the authorities with the biggest media. Here in La Palma, the local authorities were the first ones to intervene when we went to the maximum alert. Then it was the government, and when the eruption arrived, it was the state administration, and they sent the military and the emergency service to take care of the population. In this first intervention, I would like to share these ideas and not give up my 7 minutes. So I give time to all the panelists so they do their thing and to solve the doubts that can be from interest from everyone. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. I apologize. Thank you very much, Miguel Angel. Thank you for your reflection and for being very punctual on your time, and of course on your comments regarding the subject. In this case, the infodemia, the excess of information on social media and on internet, they can make people lose their calmness and their ground and get really stressed. So now we shall hear from Pamela Urrutia, up to 7 minutes.
Amigas y amigos, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Pamela Urrutia Aristizábal, soy investigadora de la Escuela de Cultura PAU, la Escuela de Cultura de Paz de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona. Primero que nada quisiera agradecer la invitación a participar en este espacio y disculparme por tener que optar por esta...
We're having technical problems with the original audio, so the interpretation can be done. And the way that they can work in this positive piece. Now, the reflection in these questions, it will take me to share the sense of this research that not only come to this public, which is the PAU one, but one side alert informed about conflict, human rights, and peace reconstruction, and the other hand, all the processes involved in the peace around the world. First of all, I would like for the peace and peace reconstruction to understand violence, its nature, its causes, and that's why year by year, PAU's school, we examine these situations. And for example, we can say that in 2020, the number of conflicts was close to former years. And it didn't matter, the COVID, I mean, we kept the numbers, and so we stopped this in a global level. So we allowed to have the efforts due to the pandemic. Now, on the other hand, the analysis says that there is an increase in this conflict that represented half of the cases in 2020. And these conflicts are especially hard because they are very lethal and they have a lot of impact in human security. And the analysis of these conflicts allows us to file these complaints and file these consequences to the civil society. And on the other side, the gender perspective that we incorporated in a systematic way. It only takes us to catch the attention of the differences between the conflicts in a gender perspective and addressing our view to something that are less visible. So in this way, the biggest part of these conflicts that we had data of gender inequality had very high levels of discrimination. And this is what we have from the last year and from former years that we have this analysis. This report also looks at the social political part, looking at the vulnerable part and not respecting the human rights, that they don't have the intensity or that do not correspond to these kind of conflicts. Now, why is it important for us to mention this? The analysis of the years of the different scenarios for the global conflicts allows us to have these comparisons and also to identify these global trends. And it also helps us to identify the risk scenario and the context that due to its conditions and its dynamic can get worse and can become some violence cases. And year by year, our school finds these situations that can be linked to some concrete conflicts, but also to some other global phenomena. For example, last year in the last edition of Alert, we mentioned the violence against women in the pandemic context. All of this analysis pretends to give a more political, mediatic, and academic visibility in different conflict situations in one side, and also in a very important way, looks to stay alert to make the political decisions, also to the civil society that are interested or that have the possibility to interfere in the resolution of this conflict. Now, following this line, peace from our school also highlights opportunities for reduction and conflict resolution and for dialogue and peace regeneration. this job is in a specific chapter that identifies opportunities for peace and contexts where we have different factors that can drive to a pacific resolution. But for our investigation, we focus on the evolution of negotiation and the peace processes in the world. And this allows us to identify the trends and scenarios and see different dialogues and solutions to reduce the violence and different ways to channel this in the politic way. Now, this also involves the critical view that has the obstacles and the challenges that we still have. For example, in inclusive matters and sustainable participation of women of high-level negotiations, even though their high role in these peace construction initiative and the international commitments linked to the gender, peace, and security and the 1325 resolution of the UN. To see all of these mechanisms, to see all of these formats that drive through a bigger participation or these initiatives that go to this, take these roles of the exclusive ones and to the conflict resolution one can be useful as an inspiration and to solve all of these conflicts. Wrapping it up, our job is to favor and promote the political, diplomatic, and social efforts addressed to the conflict resolution. With this, assuming that the conflicts are substantial to the human being and that we need to prevent is the use of violence when solving these conflicts. To have this information about these realities, it's a job that it's not easy in any context. And for example, having available this information by gender, it's still limited and a challenge. But to put this information essential for an analysis that can drive to action for peace, to defend human rights and to fight the inequalities and hate discourses. Also for patriarchy and relationships with the military, and also to file this war and guns market that have been arising, even though the critical context of pandemic and economical crisis, global economical crisis. And what this pretends is to strengthen the commitment with the non-violence and pacific empowerment from a point of view that looks to alert of the multiple dimensions of violence and reaffirms the need to reconstruction for peace, like positive peace, not only as absence of direct violence. And this puts us in a direct link with other global institutions or other global problems, such as environmental problems. And with this, I would like to quote a Lebanese writer that currently we cannot avoid the risk and the challenges that the world is facing. Not anyone can know what we are going to face, and you cannot avoid it. And when the house burns, well, your job is to wake up everyone and not let them sleep. And from the PAU's school, we hope that our job helps to wake up and to create all of this conscience and to create a more peaceful world. And I also invite you to explore our posts and our material that is available online. And I hope that it would be possible to see ourselves in another occasion.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Urrutia from Spain shares this important reflections. I apologize, I was on video when the minuet was talked about. All of this was very interesting. Pamela Urrutia told us that the investigation for peace make us understand the nature of violence and pointed out that the increment of armed conflicts were really violent and have a huge impact in human life. Mostly these conflicts happen with great levels of discrimination, explored social crisis, and how in these studies you can compare certain points of view and reflect the realities in global numbers that allow for governors to make decisions that are necessary for the improvement of society. She points out also the negotiations for peace and to revert the dynamic exercises of violence, of course, in an example of how information and studies can make life of everyone better. So now, next, and to close this first round, we shall hear from Pietro Ameglio for no more than 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Good. Good. Thank you very much for this invitation. I really appreciate this initiative as part of what the first of the two questions says, to build new relationships between institution and civil society. I think that this is a key topic. And talking about peace culture, education for peace, and peace construction, which are three sister categories but not the same, which is from the point of view that I'm going to try to talk about. Well, from a central principle, a main principle that I think that it's in the spirit of this colloquium, of what I see of these archives and corresponding, I think that this is the main topic, that is to build a relationship of equality. The principle of equality, it doesn't mean that we are the same. It's not the same an authority, that part of the civil society, but that we relate, that we act from this principle. And in this sense, it is that I really like the title of this colloquium, because first, when I saw the aspect of reconstruction, yes, these are natural damages, I said, what do I have to say for this? However, I saw the word peace. And first of all, I thought that it could be something like a sticker there, but I see that it's in the concepts of this file, that there is a previous reflection and an intention to go forward on this. And this is what moved me to share some short reflections that can be helpful from the concepts that I saw on the file, and especially from an axis that I'm going to talk about. The title, which is a phrase from the main file, is to go from reconstruction to regeneration. Here, we have a deep topic, a more important topic. I mean, it's the same as the physical and geographical part, which is the epistemic part. To go from reconstruction to regeneration. It's changing your epistemic part in people, in the social movements, the institutional action. This is one of the turnarounds that we share in the UNAM, are in these processes and with social movements that we work with. And this is one of the hardest to achieve, because it takes like a conscious stage and a rupture sequence that had to do with another way of thinking and acting, that had to do with the biggest pain in somehow for the disasters or the violent situations that they are going through, but also from a conscious change in action, because regeneration is linked to resilience. You cannot regenerate without generating resiliency. I mean, reflection and positive action, taking a step forward, not only rebuilding the same. That's why when we talk about the new normality, is key to put the variable that it cannot be the old one, because it would be a reconstruction of a puzzle that it's already done. that we know that what's going to take us. Where is it going to take us? In the same thing, in the same result, but in different ways. So we need to think about this. Regeneration, starting from the earthquake in 2017, cannot be the same as the one in 1985, but it's the same in the reconstruction, in peace reconstruction. And this is something we need to face. The third thing that I would like to say is that I propose that, because this is where I'm close to with my body, with my action, to take this topic of one of the populations, the most vulnerable populations, which are the relatives of the missing people, which is a main topic that has nothing to do with the physical or geographical part, but it has to do with the territorial part. But it's the population in the country, I think, that it's going through an armed conflict, such as the last speaker was saying. I live in Cuernavaca, and about a week ago, the same week, two social fighters were killed. It was very painful, and it happens all the time in this country. And, well, defending the trash and water. So in this way, see, the most inhumane situation that Mexico is going through, talking about risk, has to do with the missing people and their relatives. And we're talking about more than 91,000 people and almost 40,000 people that are not identified in the morgue. I mean, these situations that are unexpected levels in the human race. And in this way, I would like to associate the questions of this same panel and the colloquium in general and some concepts that I think that are very important with the peace culture. It's not, you talk about building resilient communities. I think that this is a very good category, interesting, because it has to do with, well, in Culture for Peace, it's talk about reconstruction of the social tissue. And sometimes it's a very strange word, but in sociology, what it means is civil society. And in peace culture, there is a study line, a research line that it's called Citizenship Reconstruction. This topic, I think that it's very important because I've always thought that the civil society and the building of this society, it's a start, it's a destination point. Okay, so now I'm in trouble. I only have 1 minute left. But okay, I leave this part behind and as an aspect to talk about later. But what does regeneration has to do with reconstruction, building reconstruction and civil society, but in the optics of the destination point. In this optic, the second question that says how to involve the people's participation, I think that it's very important to take into consideration the social process, the changing social process of the identity of the of the relatives of missing people and the society, and also part of this government that it's been a little bit more clear and a little bit more solidary, talking about looking for this and the forensic identification, because there is a social process here for, or to become from someone passive with someone with pain, with a situation, a violent situation or a natural situation, to become a human rights defender and a social activist that's looking for the truth, that's looking for justice. And that for me is the main topic on what's for the family, like the question of our panel that has to do, I'm sorry, with the reaction to risk. The reaction to risk in peace culture has to do with the capability of resiliency and consciousness of the same power and the same management, hand in hand with the institutional from an equality principle. I just leave it like that so I don't open another way, and I respect time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pietro. Your contributions are very kind. In a certain principle, the subject is to build a relation from a base of equality to go into from reconstruction to regeneration. We need to change from an epistemic study into a reality. And that is very complicated to do because you have to take certain awareness, a different way of thinking in a change of action. You cannot regenerate without generating that resilience, which is necessary. He talked about the unfortunate situation of the family members of those who have disappeared. Also, the example of violence in Mexican society, which is really, really harsh. We need to talk about the relevance and the importance of discussions among reconstruction and resilience. The social process in people are key in the subject of regeneration. Before we go into the second round, we need to talk and mention how Miguel Ángel pointed out that as long as we have open and verifiable data, society will be able to make better decisions regarding its own life and the necessities of itself. This information is essential in emergency situations. For example, he shared with us the example of the volcanic situation in Las Palmas and how information was necessary in order to keep their life and their well-being due to misinformation. In this second round, we will have Miguel Ángel and Pietro. I suggest that instead of using 2 minutes, we use 3 minutes. And if you could please guide us into your reflection, thank you so much. Miguel Ángel, for the next 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for everything that you said about the interventions, because I mean, this is very hard. But okay, 3 minutes go fast. But the only thing that I would like to add for the past comment is to talk about the need to be conscious that in the reaction upon this emergency, affected people also need to feel close the authorities, the public authorities, people that have saved lives in this emergency situation, but they also have a need because they lost their houses, they lost their goods, and probably they don't have information about when this help is going to come. So it's very important that in this phase of reaction, to keep people calm, giving them information and giving them a little bit of what they can do so they can redo their lives in a personal level. And a lot of times we've seen how after this situation, these catastrophic situations, floods, fires, earthquakes, it takes years. It takes years to get this help. And affected people know how this information, and sometimes it's not clear information, it's not simple information. And sometimes even with that information, all the paperwork that they have to do is really hard. Even though they are not in their best conditions, they have to do this so they can redo their lives. And this is where the institutions, public institutions come and they help these people. And probably to the torture that they just went through, they don't add up another torture of more years to try to get this help so that can allow them to redo their lives. I mean, it's necessary that this transparency, it's not only formal, but also material, because for example, if a lot of administrations have this information of these people that can be taken from other administrations, well, that they do not ask the citizen for more and more and more paperwork that they already have, so they can give them an obstacle race that never ends, and they see that the help and this, well, the help of the state never comes. And when the reaction facing emergency, we need to insist in the need on thinking how we are going to help these people and make this access to information easier, and how we can make this request easier.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for all of your comments, Miguel Angel. Now, for 3 minutes, Pietro, please, we hear you.
Okay, thinking about living 3 concrete ideas, maybe, because I'm very interested in this principle that it's useful for something in the way of the reflection. The equality principle with authorities, which is very close to the first question's topic, the new ways of interaction, has to do with taking into consideration in the decision-making processes the victims, and I'm quoting victims. I mean, create all of these discussion, reflection, decision-making, and responsibility spaces where the actors are involved, the ones that suffer in a direct way this problem. This is a very important topic because we cannot live it in the formal way. And that's what happens with all the instances, starting with the executive institute for victims, which are just a formality where all the decision making are not, there is not a commission, there is not a committee where you can discuss starting from an equality principle. Another topic that has to do with the second question is this question on how a person that suffers a damage or that it's at risk or that has an injury of a social, material, territorial, geographic, can be someone passive or called victim to be a social actor of resiliency, of regeneration. This is not something mechanical, and it's not something on putting your best effort or being a volunteer. These are processes of organization that are very, very important. And this is a very important topic for the INAI and for the ones that are here. At the beginning, they come from, they waiting for the state, for the government to do something that it's never going to happen. And this is something that happened with the missing people relatives. I lived this in a direct way, all the movement. And since 2010 to 2016, I saw the relatives waiting for the state to go and look for them. And they never did it. They never worry about it. On the other hand, they attacked more people. And so taking this consciousness that they have the power, and just as they mentioned before, the power is in the people. It's not in the authorities. People are in the, give the authorities the power, and the authorities wants to say that we obey people. So inequality and dialogue, there are no possibility to build peace. So in this way, it's interesting. It's interesting that the process of taking conscious of a social actor, first of all, it has to do with not cooperating with a part of the state or the government that does not obey what people need in the material damage, in social damage. And then, which is the current case, they can cooperate when the authority changes its attitude. Now, with the thing of Encinas in the Human Rights Secretariat, this topic has changed a lot, even though there is a big gap there. But it's not the same situation of not cooperation, as Gandhi would say, with the two former governments. But the current cooperation still doesn't have the equal principle. I don't know if I have 1 minute left, or I just finished here. It doesn't matter. But there is another tool, a fundamental tool in the citizenship and resiliency building, which is a moral reserve for a society. And this moral reserve are social actors with a bigger social power. For example, the director of a university, a priest, or some leadership from the crops, indigenous workers, some sectors from art and culture. It's not that they are better or not, but they have a bigger social power. Social power is an analysis tool, a very important analysis tool, talking about peace construction. Now, in this way that we are going to have the sixth group of missing people in Morelos for 15 days, it's important that these social reserve of the country, and especially Morelos, they move in a solidary way with all of these people and their relatives. Talking about housing, food, security, and this is the part that between civil society and government need to be done in equality.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for all of your great comments and everything we've learned from you. Now, before we continue, I would like for the staff team to please share with us the videos of Rudy Burnham of OGP Local, who also wants to share her reflections with the public. If we talk about the importance of innovation, how important it is upon the risk management, but innovation is the most important part here. And the concept we have to focus on mostly is openness. And to think that organizations, contemporary organizations, need to realize how open they are. What is their capacity to interact with the different actors, the external one? What is their capacity to collaborate with actors that sometimes even in our own organizations are the yes of decision, the yes of work, and the yes of action? So in this protocol, what it promotes is a very innovative perception, public perception, because what you do is what you need is an open and replicable tool that allows for other actors to take it, build, and improve it. I believe this protocol is only a platform of a beginning, an exercise that can be improved through the participation of other actors, like what they were saying previously, of all those different contexts that are local, that probably will give it distant perceptions, angles, and ways of adaptation, because situations change. And what capacity do organizations have, the contemporary ones, to adapt to those changes? It's really important. And now we will hear from Citizen Commissioner of Info CDMX, Maria del Carmen Nava Polina.
Thank you very much, Sole, and very pleased to hear you all, to learn from you, my dearest Dr. Pietro, Miguel Angel. Especially for what you are living right now in Spain with this circumstance of the volcano. And also I would like to thank Pamela, the production and moderation of my colleague Adriana Alcalá, that coordinates the open government from INAI. Thank you very much, and definitely, I would highlight the conscious that we need to take. This is something important. So we have this add up to positive peace through the institutional openness, because this openness, I think that it's not something that we cannot reach. On the other hand, it must be a tool that adds up to people's empowerment, to pacification, positive pacification of communities, societies, through information, transparency, cooperation, participation, the use of accessible languages, simple languages, and of course of co-creation of these elements that through dialogue and the use of collective intelligence through the different disciplines that we can have the information in a very opportunistic way, and also having everything that Dr. Ameglio was talking about. I mean, what's the sense of reality for this? This part of being able to have these connections and the benefit of institutional openness. This is a goal to reach, and we must not forget for whom we are working and with whom we must be having these relationships to present these solutions, but that they are linked to the most immediate needs of people facing risk situations. This traffic light of information that Miguel Angel presented is something very important, to have this punctualization of information in the different times of the emergency. And in this sense, the openness and transparency facing risk protocol that is been co-creating for over 2 years with people, activists, civil society, public and private institutions. And with this international connotation, the aim is to apply it so we have a right reaction and open reaction the moment of the emergency. Thank you so much for your interventions in this second panel for this third colloquium for an open reconstruction, regeneration for positive peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, I will ask for the staff to play the video of the protocol. Thank you. Openness, innovation, and public intelligence were the ingredients to elaborate an instrument of governance that guarantees the right to know upon risks. The collaboration in multi-act and multi-level was key to identify the minimum elements that will allow to give integral answers for before, during, and after a risk. Answers with the capacity to be replicated from the local area and also improve in the construction of resilient societies. Therefore, people, community, public institutions, and the private ones, the regulated organisms give you the opportunity to respond in a collaborative, inclusive, and gender perspective way. It was 10 months of virtual collaboration where diverse actors from Chiapas, Mexico City, Sonora, Sinaloa, Quintana Roo, Tabasco, and Argentina, during 9 co-creation tables and 1 plenary session, 61 representatives in different expertises gave ideas and knowledge to co-create the protocol of openness and transparency upon risk, prevention, reaction, and recuperation. Activate since now.
And that's how we finish and we close up our panel to reacting to risk. And we thank for Adrián Alcalá participation, Miguel Ángel Blanes, Pamela Urrutia, Aristizabal, and Pietro Ameglio's participations. And of course, Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava Polina, And we hope we have you on the next panel that it's about to begin in a few minutes.
Thank you very much for all of the participants who are here in
So good afternoon and good morning for some of you in other places of the world. It's a pleasure to say hi to you again and to see each other in this third table, which is recovery for risks. And in this panel, we have big speakers that are going to be talking about how to recover from the different, from the openness point of view and to build a peace and regenerate for peace. Today, we have with us Daniela. Okay, so you would say how we should say your last name, Cáceres, who is professor of the University of Chile. Welcome, Daniela, for being here with us today. We also have Kate Mansfield, Star Lead Trainer of the Eastern Mennonite University. Thank you very much for being here with us today in this panel. And same as a panelist, we have Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava Polina, Commissioner of the Info, CDMX, and Open Government and Proactive Transparency of the National Transparency System. And with us, in charge of the moderation, we have Nacheli Ruiz. So without any further ado, I would give you the floor, Nacheli. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aldo, and it's really nice to see you all in this third panel. In this occasion, as Aldo already mentioned, we're going to talk about the recovery processes. Recovery is a process that happens normally after a crisis, but has no time defined, especially because this recovery involves a large scope process where we need to see people and their needs so we can see what can we do, and with it build the peace, which is a universal process. That is to say, everyone that lives through a crisis or that lives here are in the processes of recovery with a humanistic point of view. Now, to talk about this topic, which is a very passionate topic and that has a big impact in public life of our cities and territories, we see that the info invites us to reflect in this panel about the learnings of these risk situations, and on how in particular we have to respond from the institutional openness to generate the mechanisms not only for material recovery, but for reconstruction of the social tissue and resilient communities constructions that can overcome the trauma that comes with the materialization of risk. Each one of the panelists that are here with us will give a different perspective from the points of view, and we will have two rounds, one of participation and the other one of conclusion. As we already said, we already saw in the last panels, we have 7 minutes per speaker, and then we will have a conclusion round of 2 minutes per speaker. I thank you very much for being here with us today. Now, the guiding questions that you will respond in these interventions, it will be, how can government institutions from an openness perspective contribute to building social fabric after an emergency? From your own professional experience, which is the role of openness and information in constructing peace and recovering after an emergency? How can organizations in both private and government institutions help to make the people participants in the reconstruction process? And how can a peaceful environment influence a recovery process after an emergency? Well, without any further ado, I would give the floor to our first speaker, that for this first round will have 7 minutes, Kate Mansfield. I don't know if you can turn on your camera and microphone. Go ahead, please.
Yes, muchas gracias. Thank you so much. I was just struck as I listened to how the word was translated, because it can be translated as fabric, and I heard you say the word social tissue. And it really struck me that when we're talking about reconstruction, it's different when fabric is torn rather than when tissue or flesh is torn. So I first want to just notice that and acknowledge how difficult it is not only to sew fabric back together, but when it's actually things that have influenced, harmed, torn our bodies. This goes to a deeper level of recovery, of rebuilding. So I want to acknowledge that and also appreciate that in the language. So as was mentioned, I'm the lead trainer for strategies for trauma awareness and resilience. And in response to some of these huge questions, I would just share some of the basic framework that we explore in a STAR training, which is that when we think about trauma and resilience at all levels, right, whether we're thinking about government and institutions or individuals and families, we talk about how the impacts of trauma on body, on beliefs, on our brains, on our behaviors, how they can guide us to flock together, to do that sewing job together, to help each other. But these impacts can also guide us to hurt each other. And organizations and governments will reflect that hurt as much as individual relationships will. So you may have heard the saying we use in English of hurt people hurt people. Those who have experienced harm sometimes can become safe spaces for others who have had the same experience, so they can offer compassion. But sometimes we can turn that harm against others and act out. So first, we want to acknowledge there are impacts of harms that happen to us, whether if they are from a natural disaster or long-standing parts of our history. And these can lead us into cycles of violence, even as they can also lead us into helping each other. And when harm turns into cycles of violence, with both individuals and groups acting in and acting out, creating more harm, luckily there are many different ways out of these cycles. So one pathway involves creating safety and support, amplifying voices that have been silenced, and identifying choices that may not be immediately visible. This can happen institutionally, and it's difficult. It can also happen individually and around ourselves as we create microclimates to start something. Then we can find ways, as we build that safety and support in a microculture around us, we can find ways to bring that into our institutions. The other two pathways.
Mrs. Katie?
Yeah.
If you could please give us a second. We were having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
I'm very sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Just let me know where I left off.
Of course.
Like to. Well, first of all, to thank Ms. Naksheli Rees. My name is Daniela Santovich. As I was introduced, I come from China and I am part of the risk management of the university. I'm very happy to share this space with you all. And what I wanted to do is to share this experience from Chile and to know all and to answer all the questions that we are asked in this panel. In the case of Chile, we need to be present with all of these situations. The process of recovery, it's permanent because we have these disasters and emergencies all the time. So we think that we are in a reconstruction process, and because there's always happening something that it's necessary to work from this territory in this kind of works. Chile has adopted this Sendai's framework, and also we've had a new law about risk management, and the one that, well, we work in emergency management and gives line to the process of preparing, facing this risk. It doesn't talk in an explicit way the reconstruction part. I think in a direct way, they say that the reconstruction processes will be left behind and the recovery processes as well. And in Chile, this is still regulated by law 16282, which is a very, very old law, and it's very different to the one that we have right now. We can also point out that in the earthquake of 2010 with the tsunami, it was a starting point, since it was the first mega event that we went back to democracy. We had an earthquake before, but it was in a military level, but in such a way that expectations for the public functioning for reconstruction processes was different. Now, what happened? I didn't have I had the opportunity to talk with Naksheli about this, and the earthquake of 2010, which is our zero moment for the reconstruction process, this implied an administrative tsunami. That is to say, after the water tsunami and the damage that this natural event came, we had a process to start rehab for a tsunami of a different nature. Now, why do I talk about this administrative tsunami? Because we need to understand that the recovery process is a complex administrative process. When we talk about the rehabilitating or building an area that was affected by a natural disaster, or that another disaster happened, the state is the one that starts operating, and we are talking about the administrative process. I am a lawyer, so this is my way of analyzing this situation. This process has two different factors. And it has these relationship points between these two main actors. The first is the state. The first actor is the state, its institutions, the public institutions, and the other actor are people. It could be civil and private organizations. And this administrative tsunami, at first, I thought that it was only for people, but it also happened to the state organisms. They face this need, this big need, and it happens for them, and it's a problem for them. And what they have is that it's a need for information. First of all, to know the damages, and then the capabilities that they have, depending on how this state worked before, and their responses that can be done in a faster or in a longer way. But this is one of the first needs that the state has. Then they have to handle this because these are political crises. And probably you can notice the differences between the first liners and the authorities of the different services that they want to mediate this and have take advantage of this. It can be a little bit complex to manage these administrations. And at the same time, they have the public character duties that are not only for the physical protection of their lives, but their life mediums and their dignity, which is a topic that most of the time these emergency managers take, and they take advantage of this. And on the other hand, we have people that have the need to go back to normality and have to reinsert themselves, just as Naksheli said, in these administrative processes where there is a lot of fear and a lot of misconfidence. And also they generate in a spontaneous way based organizations for their rights reivindications in this process. Now, what are the relationship points in this? First of all, the need to previous coordination by focusing on risk prevention. This is important because that they have these focuses, because they are going to handle this. Talking about the negative events, it's something that is going to happen yes or yes, we don't know when, but it's important that they both take this and they coordinate in a previous way. They also have to relate so they can define the action courses in this process of reconstruction, defining this. It's very traumatic when you impose this to people and you do not have this previous dialogue and there are expectatives and you do not explain the processes. This can be a little bit of trauma for people because this is a new tsunami for people. And it's also necessary to have a follow-up of the process, and in this way, adaptation of the transparency processes for the people, it's very important. Now, since this is a very complex administrative process, it's important that the ways of transparency and strengthening of participation are with the rehabilitation focus and reconstruction focus. That is to say, the information that they get should be different. And there must not be, I mean, for example, it would be ideal that the transparency system of a country have the right processes for reconstruction. What kind of information will be there? How are we going to access to this? How are we going to protect the sensible data of people? And how are we going to act into this? Because a lot of information comes and goes. The ideal thing is that they have this specific thing. So that would be my intervention. I hope that I can go deeper in the panel questions later. Thank you very much, Daniela. I think that the experience that you give us and that you share with us is going to give us a lot of ideas about the co-creation protocol that we are working on and that we are designing in this workshop. So thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention. Now we're going to give the floor to Katie Mansfield from the Eastern Mennonite University. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Some of you may have
Muchas gracias.
heard some of what I was saying already. So when we were introduced, there was a translation, and I guess it's of the word tejido. Sorry, my Spanish is not good. But I heard it translated both as fabric in some of the questions and also as tissue, the social tissue. And it struck me that when we are talking about fabric, so a piece of cloth, it is very different than when we are talking about the tissue, our flesh, our bodies. And so when we think about sewing some cloth together, it's somehow easier than when we're carrying things and trying to recover from things that have literally shaken our bodies. So I just want to invite people to honor that for a moment and take a deep breath. And, you know, in thinking about these issues of institutions, of people who are participating in reconstruction, how a peaceful environment can influence recovery processes, I think, you know, and by way of introduction, I work with a program called Strategies for Trauma Awareness and Resilience. And I also did my doctoral work on how do we do arts-based embodied learning to build resilience. So really engaging the fact that we have gone through harm, whether it's through natural disaster, whether it's through the histories that we carry in our family bodies and in our society bodies. We are carrying things. There has been both a tearing of the fabric and of flesh. So when I think about these questions and think about trauma and resilience, I think about how the impacts of those things on bodies, on brains, on beliefs and behaviors can guide us in positive directions. They can guide us to flock together and to help each other. They can also guide us to hurt each other. So you've probably heard the saying, hurt people hurt people. Sometimes those who have experienced harm can become safe spaces for others with the same experience. And sometimes they can turn that harm against others, acting out, doing more harm. So when harm turns into cycles of violence, with individuals and large groups acting in and acting out, creating more harm, Luckily, there are many different ways to exit these cycles of violence. One pathway involves creating safety and support, amplifying voices that have been silenced, and identifying choices that may not be immediately visible. This can happen interpersonally, this can happen individually, this can also happen institutionally. Often it takes great courage for an institution to pause long enough, because often we feel this urgency, and the wisdom of the pause often feels like it is in tension with urgency of responding. And so finding balance between those things to be able to say, what do we need to create spaces for safety and support, for hearing the different voices and identifying new choices that we may not have considered before. Another pathway involves acknowledgement. This can be as simple as acknowledging this is a hard time, and not just trying to move on as if everything was as it was before the source of pain. It can be as simple as acknowledging this is a hard time. It can be as complicated as creating space for grief and addressing losses. I'm speaking as someone who has a significant source of grief in my family in these weeks, and just recognizing that there is no pattern, no formula for how to address grief and loss, that it is both a very individual experience and a very collective experience, and a complicated one. And when institutions wash their hands of it, we are not participating in recovery. A final path relates to reconnecting relationships and finding ways to meet needs. And these needs can be different for different individuals, and different organizations and institutions can be responsible for meeting needs in different ways. Sometimes it feels overpowering considering institutions and governments to think about how they can change. And so sometimes a more empowering place is to look around ourselves and say, who are the people with whom we can reconnect to start something, to start meeting needs within our microcultures that we could then radiate out into our systems, our organizations, our neighborhoods, and possibly into the larger government scene. So the last thing I would mention is just the question about a peaceful environment. And in my own journey, looking at trauma and resilience and ways that we recover, there are so many different definitions of peace. And for some people who have more power, the peace is just about preserving the status quo. For others, a peaceful environment also includes space to address grief, to address loss, to address anger, and to name the needs that are there for those who might not have as much power. So those are a couple of starting points that I would offer, thinking about trauma and resilience, both for individuals and institutions. I think I can leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Katie Mansfield, for this interesting intervention that I think that it's expressed in a very good way. I mean, how we feel in these recovery moments. So thank you very much for sharing your words. And now as a third intervention, we give the floor to Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava Polina, up to 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Nacheli. It's a pleasure to hear all of you. Daniela, Katie, thank you so much for your contributions. I would like to talk about and present that we got to this colloquium through an open reconstruction on the special report of what have we asked ourselves regarding the need of information due to the earthquake that happened 4 years ago, and to present some of the results and the findings we got while we were going over the information we had. It was documented on one side on Infomix and the National Platform of Transparency, and in our own work that we are still developing here in Mexico City. Before anything else, also take advantage that these special reports and practically all of the activities that we have collaborated and co-creation and investigation and analysis were designed collectively from the team of Open State that I have the honor to coordinate. It's integrated by brilliant and talented people who have different professional profiles, and with them, we have been able to do a revision in the area of absence of information to make them visible and communicate them in a very simple language with the accessibility and, more importantly, with the opportunity of what it implies in this regeneration table, this colloquium for a regeneration of peace implies to have information, certainty, answers, and in different areas. I am going to this now with certain data and information. We have presented and acknowledged here in Mexico City over 13,000 solicitudes of information requests. Ever since the 2017 earthquake, September 17th, up until the last June 2021. Also, there was certain interest in public institutions that requested this the most and also received most questions were the Secretariat of Development and Risk Management and Civil Protection, Finance and Administration, and the Institute for Security of Buildings and Construction. In this aspect, we think it's very relevant to point out certainties of what has been asked and what has been answered, so we can have this relationship and proactive transparency and have the right information in the different media that has already been of people's interest. If any other situation of emergency shows up, in this case, earthquakes, we can have it actively ready with quality and complete information in the media and alternative means. So the information can make it to people in a very direct way. In this aspect, what we detected as well in this report, the special reports, is that 73% of the information requests we obtained in 2017 and 2018, which means that there is a greater activity on knowing in the immediate relationship after you've lived the emergency. And it's a clear emphasis, and that information is necessary in order to have answers in civilization, combat of corruption, and how it all plays along and goes hand to hand with everything that we've talked about previously. And it all has to do with confidence in institutions. On the other hand, as far as the requests that were presented in Mexico City, it also has to do country-wise. In Mexico, this was presented and registered 3,882 requests in 2017 that people asked for 25 entities, generative entities. The first one was Puebla with 600 requests, State of Mexico with 276 requests, Oaxaca 400 and Chiapas with 196 that have to do with different problems that had to do with the earthquakes. and it also there's different plans, political plans and policies that allow the reconstruction of these states. And when returning to Mexico City, this report detected and we adverted that all of those who want to check the information, 17 cases of classified information. These are very important cases because it points out how specific and on time this information is, and how an adequate valoration of the legality of this information, and in order to be classified in structural questions, and how certain buildings fell down and were destroyed, and the further supervision. These 17 cases start the alert of how we can have this information with the care of the protection of personal data. Regarding these certain emptiness of information, there were 6 requests where there was the complaints of information. It's important to point out how it was emptiness regarding information of the use of financial resources, different minuets and agreements between the committees in the reconstruction. We think it's really important to remember that the information allows accountability to prevent corruption, and closing this intervention, that it goes hand in hand with to reduce the affection of the people that have were more vulnerable, that suffer the most, and have a direct problem with the kind of emergency and risk that were lived. Therefore, this kind of reports imply something that we need to remember, how the usefulness of counting with information that the actual regulated subjects can have to be visible, and those who need it the most, it has to be at hand for them, because it's really important to have these instruments. And finally, we made a mapping of the obligated subjects in the cases of Mexico City that detected information regarding reconstruction after the 19S earthquake. And in these cases, there was information that, in a way, with different levels of transparency, proactive transparency, I would like to share with you the link so you can check and download this information, read it further and deeply. How, with all our files and our data and our memory, is so important, and part of the elements of an open institution is to have an answer contribute to the information of the fixing, the harm, and the damage, but not in a discreet way, for it to be public and transparent, and with what criteria it's been done. How, and it has to do with what Daniela mentioned, that we have an administrative tsunami after the moments of risk and emergency, in a way that all of these reports may be useful to contribute, to generate answers. And if we don't have enough information to be able to complete it, because it's a fact that part of the confidence and the credibility of institutes and societies to have these answers, for them to be complete and accessible ones. How we can regenerate through this confidence and to have this social fabric and social, regarding what Katie was speaking of. And only with transparency can we contribute to this fabric. It's a positive piece for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mari Carmen Nava. I think that there are some important points of view that you both have in common, these three presentations. And I would like to refer it shortly before we go to the conclusion round that we've agreed to put in this dynamic of this panel. I think that there are some comments, even from the people that are following us, like just from this idea of which are the elements that we can take care of from obliged subjects, this reconstruction, and how we can overcome all of this administrative tsunami topic, which is not only for the affected people, but for the public service that has a fundamental role for it. I think that some of the conclusions can be through this, since part of what this culture of peace and transparency in the recovery processes are the institutional capabilities. I don't know if we can go to the second round, the conclusion round, where we will begin with the first speaker, Daniel Smentevich. Up to 2 minutes, please. Oh,
thank you very much, Nacheli. And to thank you for the expositions of Carmen Nava and Katie. I agree totally. And academically speaking, everything the commissioner has said are confirmed in Chile. It's very important that these processes, transparency processes, generate confidence and the creation of peace, specifically in the case of Chile. Institutions aren't entirely different, but we are a part of the same tradition. So we have to regard transparency, specifically in the reconstruction of homes and the use of money and finance. And it was a challenge transparency was a challenge in order to give all the data and for people to understand them, and also overcome the technological breaches in our country. So in that sense, it's really important to strengthen the relationships with the civil society and to count on the support of the transparency institutions and learn how to use the advantages of digital government. And in that sense, to overcome the information breach and the development of reconstruction that can also help us heal the wounds after such an experience full of trauma. And we have to look into the use of this technology and make people calmer, and how it's all really deeply related, because some people know how to use digital tools and some don't. And regarding there are certain contracts, there are certain specific things that we all need to know. And in the end, there's a certain process that needs to be healing. Just like Katie mentioned before, and how it can create confidence with public administration. And I insist, not only the access to information, but for this to be understandable. A certain worker of a certain institution may not entirely understand that this contract or document has to be clear for those who are the affected ones, not only with the builders of a damaged building, but those who lived in the damaged building. Mm-hmm. And how certain Supreme Courts have to have a clear language of the lawful instruments, so everyone can understand it, not just the specialists, because not only the ones who are doing the work and the ones who are receiving the money need to have access to this information, also the civil society who is a victim of this problem, and we have to make sure it's all the most transparent possible and that can heal the most.
Thank you very much, Daniela. I think that you just hit the nail with the messages that we want to give in this panel. I mean, we are in these processes that are challenging for every one of us, and the more we can talk about them, and the more we can generate the transparency process that can allow us to give a follow-up with the best possibility, we can heal in these recovery processes. Now we give the floor to Katie Mansfield for her final reflections and final conclusions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, as I listen,
Muchas gracias. Mientras
I think about these different levels that we are encountering and that we are living within. So there is the level of transparency of information from governments, from organizations. Here are timelines, here are expectations, here's what we know about damage, here's what we know about survival. And then there are the levels of what we ourselves are encountering inside our own bodies, as well as in our working relationships, as well as in our family and interpersonal relationships. And in some ways, it can be it's a huge challenge to make sure there is external information flow and institutional transparency. And it's also very difficult to have interpersonal transparency and information flow. Because in order to survive, sometimes we need to postpone taking inventory of what damage has been done. So I guess my closing word is just to think that as we're working at building peace, as we're working at progressing our societies for inclusion, for full human rights, that there are also these things that are going on in relationships that reflect those institutional challenges and that can begin some of the healing work that institutionally, it's often hard to access, but interpersonally, we can find pathways to begin. And sometimes accessing that information is difficult. So just acknowledging the difficulty of it and also encouraging how do we start with ourselves? How do we start with each other? How do we create microcultures in our own organizations and interactions where we are being more transparent and where we are inventorying where are we, what do we need, what might we do next, and what do we need to address from the past?
Well, the final reflections would leave us and guide us to what are we going to do in order to take care of the faculties of the will and of the different tools we have at hand. And from our point of experience in this construction of positive peace is not something that has been imposed. It's something we have learned and acknowledged. And we need to have the certainty, the calmness, the answers, but not of just any kind, but articulated with the needs of people. May that be a circumstance of a volcano, a war, a pandemic, an earthquake, a flood, any perspective that we live in. I believe that what we need is exactly that, to have answers that are accessible, that are spot on, and specifically that are simple, that include the consideration and the integration of any community that we can be a part of, And those are one of the greatest challenges we have in order to find, create, and regenerate with positive peace. And I insist, this can't just be done if we don't have information, if there's no transparency, if there's no inclusion, and more importantly, if we don't use the collective intelligence that is our commonwealth, that we are supposed to take care, the greater good. We need to articulate, understand ourselves from different disciplines and different areas, such as public or literally world areas. We have some great challenges. I am very honored to participate and listen to great, valuable, and talented women in this third table, Daniela, Katie, and Nacheli, who are very, very important women. And we have great standards now, but that is part of the things we need to remember, especially to go hand to hand with a very clear light that part of the pain we may be living for certain circumstances that involve risk, like Nacheli would say, just to make sure it doesn't turn into a disaster, because certain disasters are natural. So thank you very much. I am very honored.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mari Carmen Nava. And with some reflections, I say goodbye to this panel that I had the honor to moderate. And I think that in conclusion, starting from these reflections of each one of our speakers today, we can see the challenge that we have ahead of us to generate this confidence in institutions and among the damaged groups, and also to work in what's a recovery. Recoveries have a symbolic element, a very important component of information, of representation that sometimes we do not consider its importance. I mean, who has the truth, who has the right information, how to generate this idea, this clarity of which are the next steps that we need to take to face these other situations where we are most vulnerable. And I think that this panel has given some things to think of from the public policy point of view and also the public service point of view. And I have nothing left but to thank your participation of the three greatest women that have been with us today. We already took notes, we have homework, and we will be working on the process. And without any further ado, we conclude with this panel to go for the final act. And now I give the floor to Antonio Tapia.
Thank you very much, Nacheli, for your great work as a moderator, for guiding us in this last panel. And on the narrative line of the colloquium, in this last minute, there's the recuperation after any kind of emergency. We thank you for being our moderator. And of course, thank you so much for being here, our panelists, Daniela, Katie, Commissioner. Thank you so much for sharing with us some knowledge on how we can recuperate ourselves from the different areas. And now, to the formal act of closure in this great event of the Third Colloquium for a Global Open Reconstruction, I would ask the staff to please play the video number 1 regarding this colloquium. In collectiveness, we reflect and find public solutions for the management of risks such as earthquakes, floods, wars, health emergencies, or environmental ones. The openness, the regeneration, the recuperation of commonwealth also create confidence, resilience, and sustainability to create positive peace. In a series of annual forums, InfoCDMX through Open State created the discussion in a permanent and plural dialogue of voices. In 2019, the first colloquium of open reconstruction in Mexico City, we identified that we need a certain amount of information regarding the risks, such as the earthquake of 2017. In 2020, the second colloquium for an open reconstruction international, the governments weren't prepared to face COVID-19. The openness and the information empower people and communities. In 2021, the third colloquium for a world open reconstruction, regenerating for peace. We went from reconstruction to regeneration that implies an open world with a knowledgeable ecosystem as a common ground. Thank you very much. And to formally start the act of closure, now we will hear from Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava Polina.
Thank you very much, Aldo. And well, this is the closing act for this third colloquium for World Open Reconstruction, Regeneration for Peace. We are very happy from state of Mexico, open state in Mexico City, for these different interventions from Kalilia Ibarra, president of INAI, the director of SENAPRED, Nayeli Maldonado Mesa, Commissioner for Reconstruction of Mexico City, Claudia Guzman, President of Conacheli Ruiz, Sursa's coordinator, all my colleagues from Info CDMX, Marina, Laura, Rodrigo, my dearest Commissioner Julio Cesar Bonilla, thank you very much. And of course, our brilliant panelists, of course, Angeles, De Gibbs, Lourdes Morales, thank you very much. Steve, Miguel Ángel, Pamela Urrutia, Pietro, thank you very much for your different participations and enrichment. Adriana Alcalá, Daniela, Katie, all of you, thank you very much for your interventions. Now, I would like to add and remember some words that were said in the different panels that I think that they are keywords like positive peace, inclusion, happiness, economy, cooperation, information, transparency, pain, conscious, confidence, to go back, resiliency, openness, tissue, fabric, damage, repair. These all are part of what have add up to the reflections to the colloquium for an open reconstruction in its third edition. And without any doubt, we know that the path is long, but well, we are very happy and conscious of what up to now we've been adding up. And I would call for action to activate from any point of view, from anywhere you are, from your community, your country, your private or public institution, trying to adopt the protocol, the transparency and openness to risk protocol. We have a format that it's online and that you can fill very easily, and from open state, we can go with you and we can be with you to activate this protocol. For us, it is very important to have these handy, take the most advantage of this that we take to co-create a long time, and it's a collective good, and in this coming back to the common good and to these needs of the collective intelligence, especially with actions. And now, well, thank you very much for this opportunity, for being in this third colloquium for an open reconstruction. And of course, a big, big hug to everyone out there that contribute with facts and on having better elements to regenerate with a positive piece. Thank you very much to my teamwork, to coordination, and everyone, to all the speakers, all the directors for Estado Abierto, and of course, all the collective intelligence activists and friends, academy that have gone hand by hand in powering up these topics of institutional openness throughout the world. I mean, without any doubt, these are not exclusive nor particular agendas, but there are needs, included needs in these kind of activities and this kind of job. In such a way that I send a big hug to all of you. I'm very honored to have you here year after year in this third edition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava, for your message. And now, to formally close the event, we shall hear from Commissioner President Julio César Bonilla Gutiérrez.
Thank you very much, dear Director, and good afternoon, everyone that's been following us in the digital way. And now, to repeat myself on what I said at the beginning, a big thank you and recognition to Mari Carmen Nava and all her teamwork for achieving this confluence of international speakers, and in this space that's accounted for a third global reconstruction, regeneration for peace. This event has been a clear example of the work that can be done to spread peace, and that right now allows us to reflect as a society, as an institution, that we need to regenerate and to recover common goods, and to go from reconstruction, as Mari Carmen already mentioned, to regeneration. This implies an open world to the risk that we are faced to as citizens and as people that we live in the world. Throughout these three excellent panels that we've heard as part of this third colloquium, we had the opportunity to analyze about prevention, reaction, and recovery facing risk, and also to hear new innovative ideas where the academy, international networks, and social media, civil society, public and private institutions participated, all with the main topic, the coordination strategy with the world of transparency, access to information, personal data protection, and accounting in Mexico City. How this helps us to regenerate communities, it helps with the resilience, and also with the positive peace and solid institutions, which are public matters that involve all of us. And to create these spaces to talk about these topics also adds up to the dissemination of transparency culture and accountability. Now, for all the latter, I congratulate Maria del Carmen Nava Polina, Commissioner of the InfoCity MX, also Estado Abierto and Estudios de Evaluación, her team, for the brilliant organization of this event, of this great event. Now, wishing that in the future, this work is consolidated just as this one, that they have a seed that it cannot be erased. Because my dear Mari Carmen is accounting all these 3 years of the job that you've been doing in Mexico City, and for the good of everyone, that it's being strengthened by time. So my greatest recognition for you and your teamwork, and also all the national and international speakers for sharing and making this space stronger. So without any further ado, and if you allow me to, being 14 hours of September 2021, I conclude with this event. giving my congratulations and thanking everyone that's been taking care of this greatest capital. Good afternoon and congratulations and a lot of success on what's coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Commissioner, for giving us this formal act of closure. And once again, thank to everyone who were a part of this event and were here with us virtually through the platform of Zoom and our social media of the Institute of Transparency, as well as the social media of Open State team. We reached over 200 people online virtually in these three platforms and broadcast tools. Thank you so much to all the speakers who are here with us, sharing with us their knowledge and talking about all these actions that can lead us to create a positive peace, not only in Mexico City, but also in the world. And also point out and thank to everyone who was with us throughout the world, such as Chile, Colombia, Argentina, France, Spain, Australia, United States, and Switzerland, and Sweden. Just as a reminder, this colloquium was done in English and Spanish, so everyone can listen to and share, and it will be uploaded so you can listen to it whenever you need to and take advantage of all the information whenever you need. In the official account, YouTube account of the Institute. Thank you so much to all the teams that were a part of this, the staff, Open State staff, technology, executive secretariat, social communication, and the rest of the involved areas. Thank you so much and have a great afternoon. Thank you so much to everyone. A big hug.